like we're fucking tin hat wearers and that. You just got to like, it's hard. You just got to keep it to yourself, haven't you? You can only tell people if you want to, learn. You know what I mean? They ask you a question.
Oh, that's it.
You can't preach on them. It doesn't work if you preach on them and say, "Yeah, the fucking Earth's flat," blah blah blah.
Totally, man. You
That
just
don't work.
fucking.
They've got to answer you the question. You've got to take a step back, and it's hard at times because you feel like shooting down the throat. You can't. You've got to. You've got to Yeah, we got to speak.
Mon-
All right, we'll just call them all shit. That's code word.
Yeah, scumbag.
P3 no shit.
They're no shit, motherfuckers. Well, we've got on here flat
It's going
earth.
to be a good New Year. Now we know who not to follow. The New Year's going. They thought these fuckers thought they had it, taking us into the New Year.
I like
So
lead.
let's hear about Enoch.
Lead Jeff was good.
In Shannon's live, Amanda, Dr. Phil, Shannon, we put it all together. He come up. I said, "Oh, we were just talking about you," and he fucking busted it. He shut the live down.
Are you an Australian?
Maggots is hanging with him.
Lady.
They're running back to the lodge. They're running back to the lodge at the moment. They're freaking out that we've caught them. So they're not going to have their New Year following. It's finished.
Have we got an Australian on board? That's all I was asking.
What's that?
Are you Australian or in New Zealand?
Australian.
Australian, yeah.
I used to be in. I spent a lot of time with Maggots. He's only in New Zealand.
Right, yeah. They're right on the edge of the fucking infor, aren't
Yeah, he knows that. He used to teach all this shit. And now he's coming up asking Fred about gravity. I'm like, who are you?
they? Yeah,
Who
gravity.
the fuck are you? So he was going after the Masons. Big time.
Gravity's a joke.
Big time.
Isn't it? Gravity.
They got him.
Fuck me. When you think of gravity, it's a fucking joke.
He used to teach this shit. Now he's like, what's gravity?
Yeah,
Like,
talking
who are
about
you?
star rotations and crap. Fucking what a
Oh.
loser.
They want to teach gravity as a scientific force, that the bits that don't add up, they point out a god. Yeah, so
And he's at the Vatican. Get this.
shit fly about and stuff. Yeah, that's godly. Like trying to say science, but there's a creator.
He's gone to see. He's gone to see. He's gone to see his masters at the Vatican.
Yeah.
they're
He's a fucking goner.
They're fucked.
He's gone, mate. I'm furious. Fucking him and Nate. Gone.
Catholic
Furious.
fucked up, man.
Enoch, what's it? Eric Dubay,
because I caught him
fucking Flat Earth Dave. They're all shit.
Yep. Right. They're gone. They're
All
fucking
roads lead to Rome. The saying is,
No, they all lead to the lodge.
How you doing, brother?
Angel.
Rome, don't they?
I'm just
Vatican.
going to say I'm debating on modern day debate in an hour.
With who?
Oh.
Some numpty. I'm gonna wipe the floor with him. So
Oh, of
Nate's
course you
going to
are.
come up. We just
Let him
Angel.
go.
But you,
Bang him
Just
down.
called.
have you
Just
heard
called
all the
out.
news?
yeah, I don't believe
Nathan.
that stuff with Nate.
I was there. I was on Shannon's live when it happened.
What happened?
We called him out. He's a Freemason. His editing company, there's only 3 that they can use. And they're all 600, 666. Phil brought it up on the screen. They all have to go through this.
Yeah, it's mad.
Nathan's
They
a
all,
We have a 666.
Nathan Fischel.
3.
Well, think about it. Think about it, Angel. Nathan and Jaron were in behind the curve.
Yep.
Now Jaron did this one, and they brought Witsit out. Witsit fucking is a show. Eric
Well,
DeBay is
they're
a show.
actors.
If you look
Fred.
at the,
Say that
if you look
Eric
at the
debate got you into
compass,
flat Earth.
if you look at the compass on the Freemasons badge, it's set at 66 degrees.
He used to wear a hat with a Mason sign on it.
Yeah, 66
Laughing at
degrees.
us. Laughing at us. Follow me.
Eric
Follow me
DeBay's
on the
caught
road.
wearing a dress.
Yo.
He's a
Where's
fucking
yours,
Thai
mate?
boy.
Where's yours, Nate? He's got to have a frock on now, Nate. We're going to put him in the frock wearer. You're one of them.
Look
Hello,
what just
boy.
happened in Mosley. You've been through
Yeah.
that. Have you seen that already?
No, I don't know what's
I
going
was
on.
there.
Mosley fucking flipped, man.
Why?
He's on a trip with his new girlfriend who's supposed to be a flat earther,
He's
and
at the
halfway
Vatican.
through this trip he starts doing videos that he's a Globie now. He's seen the curvature, he's seen the northern star rotation, and we're in a globe.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Seriously, I was just debating him in fucking Freeze Alive. He's fucking bringing up.
This is the final non-experiment, dude. This is what they wanted us to do. This is fucked.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's just people.
Mostly it has to be somebody got
This
to
has hit
him.
me like a ton of bricks, mate. A ton of bricks.
Look, you got to remember, Mosley's always with the Globies. He's always getting, like, you know, you hang out with the Globie long enough and they'll re-indoctrinate you. So.
Globbers don't back down.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
can't-
no. Look, Maggots, you couldn't. Maggots was a teacher.
He was
Now
also
you
on
know what's gravity.
on his
I'm
way.
like,
He's
ain't
at the
fucking
Vatican
real.
today, isn't he? Like, he's on a trip to Europe,
He's at
which
the
he couldn't
Vatican.
afford to pay for, and he's going to visit the Vatican as one of his stops.
Nothing.
You can't
Like-
be a flat earther. You wouldn't have
How
back
can
down.
that be a coincidence?
He's master. He's
You
going to
won't back down if you're
make the
flat earther.
master at the Vatican.
Nobody's gone from flat to globe. He has to have something wrong.
Nah, I can't do that.
Wait, what are you saying happened with Nathan? Like, I don't get what happened there.
How's he done
Nate-
that?
Nathan got called out for, you know, wearing Mason gear.
Flat earther for a week. On the fucking bullshit flying pizza scenario. So we're on a flying pizza. It's going up.
Was this on Fab's Live? Did you say?
Planets around, but we're on a flying pizza.
Here we go, Nathan. Kevin, you here to defend him? Now, Nathan. Now, Kevin is a very good best friends with Maggot. What's going on, Kevin? You will not answer me. You would not answer any of your questions, and you're being run. He's not our brother. And if you're sticking up for him, you're compromised too now.
Don't attack Kevin.
I don't know what to
Don't
think,
attack
man. My
Kevin.
brain
We
is
all have
like
our
I
own
found a
beliefs, and he
fucking
hasn't seen
insult
enough
with all
Kevin
evidence yet.
spent enough
Yeah,
time with
please
him.
on.
Oh,
Oh my god.
I gotta go, guys. I gotta go.
You can't write
Pass
this
the
shit.
blame on him. Not pass the blame on him
I'm with him.
for his belief. That he might vouch for him, but
Finished.
know his beliefs, do he? You might vouch for somebody, Vic, and you got it all wrong. You thought they were flat earther and they were fucking fucked up glober, weren't they? That's your friend, and you've got to vouch for him where you vouched.
Well, I can't speak on it, man. All I can say is 100% fuck the Masons and anyone that's in them.
Yeah,
And if you've got
fuck
anything to
them.
say, come fucking see me. I mean, bollocks to them. Dirty,
I'll
rotten
back you up,
bastards.
mate. I'll fucking back you up. I'll stand
What
by you.
happened?
Who dropped me down?
I don't
Who
know.
dropped me?
Down under. We dropped you down.
Oh. Hello, maggots. Hello, Nate. Back to the lodge, boys.
What's it like upside down on this earth?
I am in shock.
Are you hanging
What to
upside
do? What
down,
to
no?
fucking do? No.
Isn't it though, in this bullshit world? How's it hanging upside down, Lady Jessica? You're loving it hanging upside down in this world. You love it spinning
One of our
upside down.
leaders is a Freemason. Get that. All of them, actors, boy actors.
Actor note.
Someone said porn actors, and I went, yeah, corn actors. These boys are corn actors from the Freemasonry.
Astronauts. Actor notes.
Oh, my head's bust with all this, man. I thought last week was fucking bad. Jesus Christ.
Oh, right.
This thing's getting bad, brother.
Let the games begin. Yeah, well, the games are finished for you, maggots and Nate. Talk about crunchy, you got busted. Boom.
Oh, bit.
See how quick this spreads. See how quick this spreads the truth.
Brilliant.
It spreads like wildfire.
I'm going to go watch a Second World War film in a little while, see if that cheers me up.
I'll join you, mate.
I mean, it's like, how much?
Right,
Worse, man. The fucking Germans are coming.
Gun these fuckers down. Let's get Private Ryan on foot this week.
Fuck you.
Or Full Metal Jacket.
Kevin, you're one too. Don't cover for him.
Platoon's a good war movie. That's fucking brilliant. I love Platoon. Right, our Australian friend, Lady Jessica. You're still there?
Say that again?
What you sucking there? You had your mouth full there.
All Australians must have strong toes, like.
Yeah, fucking right.
You know what I mean?
Raffle ourselves to the air.
Sorry, Martin, are you a Globie?
Hey,
I'm not a glowing mate.
what's up,
I'm a
boys?
flat earther.
All I
Oh,
wanted to say
sorry.
is fuck the
I'm
Freemasons.
flat as they
Fuck the
get.
Freemasons. Yeah, no,
Who
fuck the
said you,
Freemasons.
maggots?
Yeah,
Maggot,
puss
that's
it's me.
you.
Fucking.
Oh, he's come back. See, here we
Fuck
go.
the
The games
Freemasons. He
begin.
heard it.
He's been back
Better
to the
believe
lodge.
it.
They're trying to get some sort of
I
structure
thought there was
happening.
some dog shit back in program, huh?
Get
Fuck
you
off,
hearing
maggots.
that, little
Bastard.
man.
You and Nate. Go, run back to the lodge. Go on, put your dress on and run back to the lodge.
Job
Tell them,
on,
what am I going to
bitch.
do? What am I going to do? You can't do shit. You bastard.
We love it, don't we?
Who's requesting?
I live for this shit.
How you feeling?
I knew I'd detect bullshit, but I didn't detect that. I was way off on the bullshit meter with maggots and that. But anyway.
Don't worry about them. How's it gone? Well gone. Back in the real world. Back with the
Real people, not actors.
the trained were like true worshippers. We've done our shit. We've done our studies. We're not fucking. You don't fall out of bed and wake up a fucking flat earther, do you? Oh, fuck me, I fell out of bed wrong way this morning. Earth's flat. Oh,
Well,
man.
they done what they wanted to do, man. Fucking self-cannibalization, man. That's what's fucking happening here, right?
I fell out
Oh,
of
it's a
bed.
bunch of shills.
I bumped my head, bro, and I'm a flat earther now. I've just
Fuck, man.
bumped my head on headboard, and I just suddenly woke up a flat earther. What the fuck's going on? I need to go back to sleep. I'll take an headache tablet.
This has got to be a Mandela effect or something, right? What the fuck is going on, man?
Bullshit, innit?
What the fuck has just happened?
Oh, something happened to him on this trip.
They're
Something
doing
happened.
songs now where you know lyrics on songs and like they're changing the lyric, like you were singing it wrong for fucking 20 years. Like
Yesterday he was all meek when we talked to him. Today he's back to mostly
Fucking Billy Big Balls.
Get to work.
He's always been a wee fucking idiot, man. Dancing a bit like he's something special, man. Slap that little bitch into next week.
Yeah,
Fucking idiot.
that's why I stopped following him. The music he was listening to.
there's a little bitch, fucking Glober, innit? Fucking. I'm nothing against Globers. They haven't woke up yet. That's all.
I've got nothing against Globers, but fuck the Masons.
Yeah, Masons.
I mean,
Masons are evil. They are.
oh,
They are leading the way. They're fucking satanic as fuck. They are satanic. They are the evil.
fucking dirty, rotten bastards, man. That's what they are.
No perverts, fucking child molesters, fucking
Fucking worst of the worst, man.
children trafficking,
Think they're better than every cunt.
blood sacrificing motherfuckers.
Fucking, oh.
How far do you need to go? Think you really?
Oh, well, they haven't got a platform anymore. What are they going to do without a platform?
Let's get some more kids in. What?
You're finished, Nate. You're finished, Enoch. You're crunchy.
Look at all
You are the head crunchy, buddy. You and maggots.
Look at all tunnels and everything
I
underground.
thought I'd seen division in this place before, but fucking hell, this is going to be incredible. Oh, what the fuck?
Look at all the tunnels and
That's why we need to start uniting with other groups.
And all that shit. What the fuck's going on? They're all fucking. Even your favourite actors like Tom Hanks and all that, they're all pedos. They're all fucking fucked up. They're all. I think there's only one like Mel Gibson that who's speaking out, and a few others who've been took out. But
No. They're all controlled opposition.
yeah, I agree with that.
All of them.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't want to go to the extreme, but you put me right. Yeah.
You do not get a movie contract like that. I don't care who you are. You do not get movie contracts like that unless you're part of it on the television. That's it.
Sell the souls to the devil. We've all sold the souls to the devil. And then they're all under their command. So if you like start speaking out.
Hold on. They were already sold. They were controlled opposition coming in. They'd already
Just like
sold
Mark
themselves.
Sargent, he gets airtime on the mainstream. So does Enoch.
We've sold the souls to the devil. You've already sold the souls to get the stardom. And then if they speak out or whatever, they just disappear, don't they?
You would never pay. Rituals, no celebrations.
So you sold to the devil. You speak out.
Run back to the Vatican, maggots. Your master awaits. Take that with you.
The Vatican. It's all Vatican. All roads lead to Rome. Everything leads to Rome.
Isn't that right, maggots? You're there, serving your master.
They're all there.
He's not in here.
London's run by Rome. London's run by Rome. America's run by England. America has never left England control. It's always been under control by England.
They're all run by fucking. No, England don't run shit. Yeah, we're all controlled by the same motherfuckers. Everyone else just doesn't fucking.
You never got your independence, mate. They fucking.
We just think everyone's fucking fighting.
I mean, the world, mate.
We're doing the fighting they want us to fucking do.
They just set up
dirty fucking rotten bastards, and they've been doing it for generations now. See, when you think about how many millions of fucking people these cunts have killed.
Thousands, millions, billions.
Now they're literally harvesting us.
Billions.
Roll it if you got it.
Colonization is. These fucking colonized the world. Bashed them into submission. That's the UK. Happy days. I'm proud to be United Kingdom. We just fucking bombarded.
Oh, well, no celebrations for them this year.
Bombarded everybody into submission.
Back to the log.
Well, we got our asses kicked off America, but I don't think that was ever. We still run America. That the king. The lands were given to the king. So America's still. United Kingdom has got some massive satanic ruling in this world. Look at the flag. It's like a crossroads. It's like a crossroads to all shit in it. Look at the flag. It's like crisscrossed. It's like everything's coming in there. It's like, why is a flag like that? It's like crisscrossed. It's like, look at all the world's money and everything's run through London. Everything's Rome. Rome's all the religion, but London's all the money, and then you've got the fucking America, New York. You've got 3 states basically. You've got 3 states that don't exist. You've got one in the Vatican, one in London, and one in New York that are not linked to the country. They're their own independent state. So you've got one in London that were all the Rothschilds and that live in, where they don't have to pay any fucking taxes or full bullshit. They've got their own police force. You've got the same in the Vatican. The Vatican is its own state. It's its own place. They've got their own fucking guards, blah, blah, blah. Same in New York. In New York, it's just like, wow, you've got like 3 states that are untouchable, and it's mental. It's like, why are they untouchable states?
Washington too.
Yeah, Washington, yeah. Washington's a massive, yeah. You've got London, Washington, the Vatican, the biggest one. They've got all their own police. They've got everything. It's just where the Vatican is, it's their own state. London, their own state. It's just one area of London that's separated from England. It's its own state. Its own special state. Same in Washington. We've got 3 states that are special, and that's the fucking hierarchy, the Illuminati, or it's the bankers. It's all the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the Jews that run this world. We're fucked. This world is run by Jews, so Palestine's
William's a Rothschild. Jacob
Palestine's fucked.
Rothschild is William's father.
Palestine's bollocks. The world's run by Jews. Ethnic cleansing. We can't do it about it. We can't even try and do anything about it. Jews. They're not Jews, are they? They're Zionists. They're not Jews. I'm not putting it down on the Jews. It's Zionists. It's Western Europeans that have always had the money in this world. They've always had the money. Always control. That's why I can't say something here, because I'd sound a total fucking... You'd just shut me off if I said something, a comment I was going to make now. Hitler had the right idea. That is a big statement. Hitler knew what was going on and tried to wipe these.
I don't know about that. Like, I think he was all fucking part of it.
Hitler wanted to set these cunts out because they knew.
That little
They're all
mustache
at it,
man was
man.
the son of a Rothschild.
Who was?
The little mustache man.
Oh, was he not? I didn't know.
His mum worked in the Rothschild
Oh,
mansion.
Gary's mother.
He's part of the mafia
mother.
as well, is he? So it's all part of a
Yep.
program.
Yeah.
I get it
Yep.
now. Yeah.
When he failed, they created the UN, which really is global government.
Yeah, no, it's fucked
Yep.
up.
No.
The UN is fucked up. It's not a United Nations, is it? We're watching
New World
shit
Order.
like this going on every day. It's not a United Nations. Yeah, it's alright.
It's Freemasons.
Bomb them fuckers to death. They're alright. It's alright. At mass, we got 2 en masse. They killed 20,000 people, but we got 2 en masse. Alright. We did a good show out of that.
Every country that Germany invaded, they pillaged every country's Freemasons' halls.
Of course they did.
Yeah, it's esoteric level.
Tell me Germany lost the war when all the German scientists came to the UK and America, Canada, and continued work.
USA, NASA, the paperclip file.
Yeah. So the Germans lost the war? Is that what you're saying?
No, Germans, they had all the scientists, the brainwaves. So,
At the beginning of the war,
America,
not the fucking end of the
America
war,
nicked half of
Americans
them.
and we stole them.
Yeah, America stole them and Russia
They
stole
just conquered
the
us in a different way through fucking politics. right through the
Russia
UN, just
stole
like
the other
fucking
half.
Fred's saying. Honestly,
Russia
man,
stole the
our
other half.
grandparents will be fucking turning in their fucking graves, man.
Yeah. Yeah, we let that shit go through. Russia got half of them, America got the other half. It was Operation Paperclip. So they had to split it evenly, sort of both ways, where the nuclear bomb was a load of bullshit. But they had to prove they had supremacy over Russia, didn't they? Like they could drop 2 bombs that just fucking wipe you out. But they will share the technology with them if you comply and agree with the rules. We will share that technology. Fucking just drop 2 big massive bombs on the rest of the world and happy days. That was a landmark to Russia. Russia were gonna join Japan. They got shut down. They got shut off. If you know your history. Anybody there?
Yeah, I'm here. You're right.
Yeah. Russia were going to join Japan, but America shut them down. They dropped 2 big fuck off bombs on them. That was end of Russia and Japan's fucking occupation, yeah. Russia were going to bail Japan out, but they just dropped 2 big bombs on them and that was it. That was a warning to Russia. You fuck about with us.
No, there is no Russia and America and China work together.
No.
That
I'm saying they were gonna do, but America shut them down.
Wait.
America shut it down instantly. Boom. 2 big bombs on you, and that's the end of that fucking idea. That's to show power. They split the atom, and they had to show the power.
Hey, that's a nice picture, Fred.
But they shared part of the treaty was to
Rest in
share
peace,
the
globe.
technology.
Only children still believe in the globe.
Yeah. That's all indoctrinating, isn't it? We're all guilty of that, aren't we? You go to school and get brainwashed.
Lady Jessica drop out again?
We go to school, we believe in this, we never question anything. This is the truth. Just take your truth.
Says I can't invite her.
Who's that?
Lady Jessica. So she must be fucking got a ban or something. You better check.
A second ago.
Yeah, she said, yep.
She'll come back. She might have muted.
Must have one of your friends in here.
Here we go. I've got her in. No.
Jessica.
Oh.
Big.
Oh, there she is.
They're trying to fuck around with me internet.
I got you.
Me on all the platforms.
Stop you off, don't they? They fuck you off. When you speak the truth,
Stop fucking with me internet.
So, lady, what you do is you restart your whole entire device and you'll get a new IP. If they're coming through there, they'll get knocked off.
I've tried a lot. Red, I'm running out. I've got none left.
Yeah, if you get dropped off again, just restart the whole device.
So install TikTok again.
Not going through all that shit, bro.
Stop it, Mason. Stop it, boys at the lodge. Stop doing that. The lodge. Stop doing that at the lodge. Stop doing that.
Nice to have you back on, Lady Jessica.
I've got to have another safety meeting, man. I'm in shock.
Oh, stop. No, I'm not shaking anymore, but I'm still in shock.
This really tells you can't trust anybody. especially not what appears to be leaders in the flat Earth community.
She had her phone hanging upside down. That's why she was fucked up. It was
Like,
fucking. It
okay,
doesn't
my
drop off
first
the earth.
impression of, is it Hanoi or whatever his name is, did the model that predicted a 24-hour sun?
Yeah.
That 24-hour sun
Joe Hanby.
is full of shit.
That's bullshit. 24 hours, son.
Yeah, there is no 24-hour sun in the south,
They've fucking shot it to bits already, haven't they?
and his model depends on the sun being reflected from the outside. There's no evidence of the outside. None of this
And
has
is
ever
that
been
why
seen
Nate?
before or predicted. So
He
anybody that promotes that model is
no,
full of shit.
Yeah. Bollocks.
yep,
So
he
he's the
did.
new incoming Mason.
Nate did big time. He comes straight in. He comes straight in and said, "This is our new model." He told us all this Joe Hanby made. This is our new model.
Yeah, he
He
can
told
fuck
us all.
off. He's the new incoming Mason. Too easy to detect. Thanks for playing,
Right.
buddy.
Yeah.
Bye. 8 months. He's only been here 8 months. I've been here 2.5 years. No.
I've only been
Goodbye.
here a few months, but I can smell the
Scott,
shit.
come to the right.
Look at that guy on video. Just look his head.
When you've been at this as long as me, you recognize the patterns, and he's just the new incoming guy to twist
This is it.
everything a little
I've known
bit.
for years. I've just been doing my own shit, man. You know what I mean? Going completely off the rails when I fucking figured it out.
And by saying it's a 24-hour sun in the south is possible with his mystery model, that gives some validity to their experiment or their observation. There is no 24-hour sun in the Antarctic based on our model. It's a fucking clock.
It's possible.
It's not possible. Shut up.
In a way, if
It's
you looked
not
at it,
possible.
no, in a way, if you looked at it, if say the sun was reflecting off the firmament,
That's all fucking bullshit reflection. We would have had evidence of this before.
yeah, but I'm
It
not
gives 1/10 of an
so
iota of validity to a
what if
24-hour sun observation.
what
Fuck
if
that.
they were
No, it
using-
doesn't happen.
What if they were using a reflection off the firmament against us?
It's horseshit. It's all horseshit. That's a horseshit theory. He's fucking got a bullshit model. No.
The theory that I'm going with, and like, it makes the most sense to me. This
I agree
fucking
with you. I'm just
studio shit, man. Honestly, this
Not
is
just
all fake.
studio,
All of it.
fella.
It's the only thing that makes fucking sense. Till now, till 2000. Till now, no one's fucking filmed or took a photograph of this. Like seriously, and the ones that have come before it, 2 or 3, were proven to be false.
They hope,
Everyone.
they hoped with putting snakes in, right? That we all would jump on it because they, oh yeah, Nathan, oh yeah, but I trust with it. They've been there, and they hope we all would jump on that bandwagon.
And I don't care
Then
who they're
over a
friends
few
with. I
weeks,
don't
they
give a
haven't
fuck.
actually a
Every
globe
one of
and
them
go
must be on the
back. They
fucking
tried,
payroll.
but
Everyone that went down there can't be fucking
right.
trusted. None of them.
Yeah,
fucking
exactly.
flat earther.
They
Big
made it in the
flat earther
studio.
Bullshit. Fucking actor. Oh, I was wrong. What a fucking load of bullshit.
He was
What
saying that
fucking
before the
bollocks.
20. He even said
Yeah,
he was
bullshit.
declaring a win for the Globies before it was 24 hours were even up.
Yeah.
So that's not
Bollocks.
like fuck off, Witsit.
Yeah, he did.
Why are they making a big thing of this? Like, so what? We haven't got a 24-hour sun, so what?
Every one of them's on the fucking payroll.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He
he's
done it to
putting
fucking
people
Enoch
in
before, and
charge.
he's fucking backing them. And I mean, like, seriously, people, open your
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
eyes. I've been here a month, but I've been fucking watching this shit from the back for years. This is bullshit of the highest fucking order.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely.
Every time they put a leader up, like somebody leading or they got an idea, like this new fucking guy with his model, they're positioning him up.
Young men
Right?
actors.
Everybody will be following his
Young
shit.
men actors.
He's fucking full
Yeah.
of shit too. There's no 24-hour sun. It's that fucking simple.
Big top flat earther. Oh, I was wrong, man. Maybe you have to put some things into perceptive dialogue. Like, really? Fucking dickhead. It's fucking, like, are we that fucking gullible?
Yeah, well, we were looking for. Listen, we were looking for someone that was smart to lead us and knew his shit, and he did. So we jumped on the fucking bandwagon like dickheads, and now busted all of them, all young male actors.
Well, guys,
all
we have a new guest.
Pizza.
Welcome, Gary.
They were playing us like they play us in politics. They had both fucking sides sewn up.
Again.
Every time. It's just where the world works.
Well, not anymore for them. They've got to go and stay at the lodge now. Goodbye.
Yeah, it's how the world works. It's just like
Good afternoon. Greetings from Australia.
Stitched up. Both sides stitched up. It's crazy. Like, oh my God. We've got a 24-hour sun. The world's a globe.
No.
Globies.
Silly me. I'll have to go to sleep and revise it all.
What are you doing, Gary?
Oh,
Crunchy old Gary, eh?
Is Gary new?
Hello, Gary.
Hello, how are you?
24-hour sunproof. It's bullshit anyway. It just blasts off the firmament.
No. I don't know. Look, I'm fucking still getting over Nate. Oh.
You've got a big glass dome and a big
maggots,
shiny ball shining off it.
I can't hear what he's saying. He's lagging or something.
You've got a big glass ball with a big fucking shiny ball shining off it. It could look like a 24-hour sun. You get the 5 sun, you get the sun dog, you get the 5 ball, like light a lighter in a glass ball. Just to give you the simple science, that's how the Earth works. But hey, no, we need a computer program to work that out. I'll have to type out 40 days to work that one out.
Gary.
Yes. Hello, how are you?
Good. Are you a globby? You a glober?
A little bit.
What are you sitting on the fence, Gary? Do you want me to push you over, mate?
Push him off. Jump on him as well.
Push off the fence, Gary.
My birthday is on 30.
So?
Birthdays.
Gary, I'm older than you. What's the matter?
I don't think you are.
Oh, I think I am, darling.
All right.
No, he looks a bit fucked.
Well, my birthday's on the 31st of December.
Well, unlucky you.
1950.
Okay, you're
74.
All right, are you
74 in 3 days.
All right, good. Are you crunchy though, Gary?
No, not yet.
You're not crunchy. Do you know what crunchy means, Gary?
No, I don't.
Do you know what your pineal gland is, Gary?
He ain't got a fucking clue.
Gary.
No.
It's in your head, Gary. You haven't got one, Gary. Gary?
This guy's not.
Go and look up, Gary, go and look up pineal gland.
He's not going to look that up, is he?
And next to it, it'll have a picture of you, Gary.
Oh, right. Okay, fine. So, all right, good luck.
What that is, Gary.
No cunt.
Rules.
Sorry,
Gary.
Low.
Nice to meet you.
He can't handle the heat.
Has he gone?
Ding dong, the globe is dead, the globe is dead, the witch is dead.
Oh.
You scared him off there, though. You fucked me. You practiced with science.
Fabuloso.
Fucking hell, do you know whatever pineal gland is? The guy that week he was on.
Poor old Gary didn't have one. He had to go and look it up what it was.
He didn't know what day of week he was on. He just jumped.
Hold on, what's happening here? Where am I?
He seemed like a good old boy, just a little bit drunk, maybe.
Who's that?
I don't know. Oh, well, he's going to go and look up pineal gland. That'll be a start.
I won't. Maybe fucking looking up Thailand.
Where percentage is the pineal?
Might do if he remembers.
Now, getting back to the 24-hour sun.
Yeah.
Do you see, this is the current day. This is what it looks like right now. See the 12th month? If
don't-
I take this and you see the effects, right? How much?
Yeah.
Let's look again. But
Yeah.
you see the effects,
Haven't they
right?
filmed
That's effects of the dome.
Haven't
Now,
they
if
filmed
we
it at its
change it to
lowest
6
point? Sorry
months,
to interrupt. Haven't they filmed the sun at its lowest point? That's all I want to say. I don't
now
want
look at the effects.
look at the sun at its lowest point in its axle. It's
The
right
point
on the
is,
ice
are
wall.
you a globie or a flat earther, Martin?
I'm a flat earther, mate. The sun is right on the fucking ice wall there.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's no way for you to have a 24-hour sun in the Antarctic
No.
unless you're following the sun and running around the circle.
I've watched all the videos on it. It's all bullshit. It's not a
I've
constant.
seen the other model video. It depends on having a light
It's not a
source
constant
outside the
video.
firmament. There's no light source outside.
It's been ripped a bit. It's a comedy show. 24-hour comedy show. Like I've been for years where we try to doctrinate on videos where they jump like 6 hours and
No, it's none of this shit's working anymore. None of it.
no. So we're starting to be awoken, aren't we?
Yeah.
In the
Okay,
age
guys,
of
I'm not gonna be
5G.
condescending, but I'm
What?
gonna say I'm not gonna be
What?
condescending, and don't take it like
Bruce,
that.
what are you doing, Bruce?
Don't you leave.
You are going to be. Now he's apologising. He's just come in and said, I'm apologising already for being
No,
condescending.
he said he was
Bruce.
Yeah,
condescending.
because I wanted to say something that is
Yeah, we
probably gonna
know.
be
Condescending.
No. Let him speak.
Yeah,
Oh, well.
this model, the person who came
You
up with that
already just
simulation
said
of the flat Earth was pretty genius.
Aloha just said kick him out.
Let him speak. Let him
Can you
speak.
let him? He just said the person that made this model is genius. So let him continue.
Let him speak.
It was very,
Continue.
very
You
genius.
speak your way in
And
a
for you
minute.
to actually have this perspective, you have there's no smoke without fire. So they probably had something they have to talk about, and we have to take into account of that. But did this person look into other evidences? You know, like that's why I'm
That's what we
skeptical of,
do,
like,
Bruce.
because I
That's
feel
what we
like
do. Bruce,
What
that's what
other
we do.
evidence?
We
This
look
is the
into
actual
evidence,
cycle.
Bruce.
These
Whoa.
are the
no.
cycles. You see the moon up here, the moon phase? Watch this.
Because okay, so because no, I get it. So yes, I get that.
It's
That's what
all
I'm saying. It's
timed
pretty
and
genius.
accurate.
But if you're gonna sit here and tell me that the Earth is bigger than the sun, you're gonna be capping. I don't know where you're
Yeah.
coming from. I'm
Global,
never gonna
Bruce. We've
believe you, no
told you
matter
They
how
have
much you
before, Bruce.
explain.
taught you to
Oh, is
Bruce
ignore
is a
that
your
your thing? You
troll.
think the
senses.
Earth or the sun is
Bruce
bigger?
is a troll.
In
Crepuscular
your
rays prove
reality,
that it's a local
the
sun.
Earth
It's
is the
small and
biggest
local,
thing.
just like this model.
Bruce.
Troll alert.
You've been busted too, Bruce. We're getting on your ass, all of you.
Can't get any wool over these Australians, man.
Explain to me how
No,
the
he's just
sun
got
is
to
bigger
learn
than
some
the sun.
things.
Welcome,
He
hello.
thinks it's a big fireball out in space. Space is not real, Bruce.
This guy
Okay,
here.
space is not real.
Wow.
Aloha.
Oh, he's brilliant. He's the
Hello,
best.
everybody. Take Bruce the hell out of here. Bruce is a waste of time.
Yeah.
Bruce is a complete waste of time. The Earth is far larger than the sun and the moon.
Pleasure to be
The
in
Earth
your
is bigger than
presence,
Jupiter. The
brother.
Earth is bigger than everything in the sky.
You are God, bro.
My
I will
God,
show
my
you
God.
videos.
All right. Hey, I've been listening to you guys for a few minutes. So most of you here on the panel, Fred, you guys are leaning towards
I'm honored.
everything was fake.
We're leaning towards Nat just got busted. Maggots got busted.
Everything's fake. That's what I'm going with. Big ass studio, and everyone that went down there was on the fucking payroll.
Absolutely.
Fuck me.
They're all fucking
He said
that's
every fucking one of them.
Fucking comedy show.
years ago of him saying this movie took 3 years to, or is going to take 3 years to make. He had enough time to set it up.
Nat's in 8. Enoch is in shock. We busted him. He had Shannon's live shut down. It's all come out.
What happened? I missed that.
Enoch even fought in Dip's live, calling him a show.
I was in a live with Shannon.
Yeah, the community's
Flat
exploded in
Amanda.
Aloha.
It all come out. He got busted. He shot the live down, and now he's shitting himself. Him and Maggots. They both got caught.
I love you, Aussies. You're fucking ass. You just shoot it.
I guess I've missed a little bit the last 24 hours. Anyway.
Well, this only just happened. This only just happened in the last. Martin, this only.
Tonight.
Martin, hang on, Martin.
Sorry,
this only happened in. Martin.
Hello.
Martin, stop it.
Yeah.
Shut up, Martin. This only happened in the last hour.
So give me a quick summary. Can you do it in 30 seconds or 60 seconds? What happened?
There's only 3 companies that. The companies are called 600. They're all Freemason 666. So that's how Phil caught him, and that's when we started to talk about it. He jumped straight up. I said, you're being busted, Nat. He shit himself and had the live shut down.
Interesting.
So goodbye, Nate. You've been caught. He's an actor. He's a child actor.
What are you saying,
Maggots,
Nate?
It's Dr. Phil that's
Maggots is at the Vatican.
Honestly, it's shocking. What Dr. Phil has dug up has just fucking blown my mind. I mean, like, seriously, go on. Aloha, if you want to seriously look at the evidence, speak to Mr. Phil, Dr. Phil.
Oh, you mean Dr. Flat?
Yeah, Dr. Flat, yeah.
Dr. Flat, he's got it all. He was with it. He brought it up. He's the one. He brought it up and we discussed it. We all were talking about Nate. He jumped in, tried to defend it, and then he shut the live down.
By Nate, you mean Nathan?
Enoch.
Or Enoch?
Enoch is a Freemason. Yeah. He's one of them. Flat Earth Jim. Maggots got called out. He's one. All of them. All of them.
Flat Earth Jim is a Mason, you're saying?
Yeah, all of them.
Huh. I'm still going to hold my judgment for myself. I don't know. Corn Star boys, Freemasons, all of them. I don't know.
Don't trust any of them. Yep.
Well, I know it's been the little bit I've been in the lives the last couple of days. I was in Professors for a while today, but we didn't really go into the Antarctica. I mean, some Glober came in there and wanted to bring it up. I said, no, bro, this is a conversation amongst flat earthers and the flat earth community. We don't need any. Yeah, we don't need any. So I'm still trying to figure it out. There definitely seems to be a growing consensus that everything was fake. But I'm still holding my judgment. It's weird because it's weird for me because I've been friends with Eddie Allen Carr. I've been friends with Dave. I've even been friends with Tyler. And
I think we're all shocked. I mean, Enoch was
Eddie Allen Carr. Aloha. Eddie Allen Carr posted a video calling out Witsit, and he called out who the fuck else?
Like today, you mean?
No, he's put out in the last couple of days. He's called out some of them himself.
All right, I've seen those then. If it's been the last couple of days, well, I'm still just withholding my judgment, and y'all can call me.
Think about this too. Enoch has been on National Geographic, Discovery Channel. He's been Beyond the Curve. Only the guys that are shills get put in the mainstream.
Yeah, I hear you. That was kind of Tyler's point.
Well, they're all young men, actors too. Even
Eric DeBay's been exposed now.
I mean, you can't convince Nathan on the Schofield doctrine that the Bible was rewritten. Maybe he knows about it, but he's like dead set that this is as deep as it goes, it feels like. Like, we can't go any deeper than a certain point, some of these people. Like, you get what I mean? Like, kind of holding us back to be like, just, yeah, we got everything figured out. It's not any further than whatever. We don't have it figured out.
Exactly. I don't have it figured out. That's for sure.
Because I've been on these platforms for about 2.5 years, I just have to hear someone's voice, and I can look at their profile and see if they've changed their picture. I can pick their personalities through this black screen. I detect bullshit, but I tell you what, Nathan got me and Maggots got me.
I don't even know who Maggots is. I mean, I've known for about a year.
He was a big teacher in New Zealand. I was pretty pretty close to him, and he got busted. He's at the Vatican with Satan at the moment.
Their angle is
Really?
always leading
He's
us
there.
astray. Like
Yep.
Hibbler, he did the movie Level, and the first thing they talked about, and the reason I turned it off, is they started talking about land beyond the ice wall. Does that fucking fit this model? Does that fit the ancient models? Does that fit Zetetic astronomy? All this land beyond shit is distraction from what's in the middle that your compass points to.
Greenland. We're looking to the ice wall here in Australia South. There's nothing down here. We got to look north.
I was looking up because I'm always looking up shit, right? I'm looking up land trains.
Wait,
have you heard of them?
Who is there? You're all flat earthers or?
All of it.
Yeah, I heard you mention it some this morning. I was just listening into one of the lives you were in, Fred. So I heard a little bit on it this morning.
Yeah.
Can I just question for flat earthers?
As long as it's not about Antarctica, we're not discussing that with Glover. So go ahead.
Okay, just a question, quick. My grandpa was working for artillery, and he had to calculate the rotation of the Earth.
He was walking.
Working, or he was giving calculation for artilleries.
And what did he say?
He had to calculate the rotation of the Earth.
How?
Cool story.
He had to calculate that in his math.
Yeah. How?
Man, I don't know formula, but
You
just
don't
a moment.
know. It's
I will
just a
find
story.
it. Just a moment.
A math calculation starting with faulty numbers doesn't make it correct. It just verifies the bullshit.
But why does
He's
it
going to give
change?
us your grandfather's indoctrination. That won't work, mate.
I wanted to show Aloha this for a second. This is from the land train video I was watching. I nearly shit.
An entire year. Thanks again, Odu. Let's get back to the slow train.
This is the DEW line, a carefully planned system of radar stations for detecting approaching enemy planes.
Now, the reason I stopped it is this map. See the land in the north? Greenland is connected. These land trains, which were made by Laterno, there was 6 different ones. They hauled goods in the north. One of them is still in Alaska. You can go see. One is in Northwest Whitehorse. You can go see it. But they land. And they're going with these land trains to Greenland. And in the old maps, Greenland is attached to the center. But there, right there, is land. Can you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
And they used it to create what they call the DEW line. It's radar stations all along this line. They said they were equipping this line. But they show you in here a map of Greenland. They mentioned Greenland several times, that they drove these things to Greenland.
Across Canada and on to Baffin Bay. This distant early warning line is being constructed by the Western Electric Company, with the help of other units of the Bell system.
In the mid-1950s, the US and Canadian military began construction of a vast line of radar stations named the DEW line, designed to forewarn of a potential Soviet attack over the Arctic Circle, stretching across thousands of miles. Each of the over 60 manned stations required round-the-clock staffing, maintenance and supply. But in the deep depths of winter, when waterways were frozen and aircraft unable to fly, the military needed solutions for overland transport for these far-flung bases. And so, they turned to Robert Gilmore Laterno. R.G. Laterno's company, the Laterno Company, had deep and extensive ties to the US military, having manufactured the vast majority of earth-moving equipment used throughout the Second World War, and now specializing in
That thing is in my hometown.
1953, R.G. Letourneau himself was invited to the North Pole by the Army Transportation Corps to offer advice on developing the vast infrastructure needed for Arctic operations, and soon Letourneau pitched to them a possible solution that his company, funnily enough, had been developing and debuted just that year: the trackless train. With its large all-terrain tires, a high load capacity, and electric motors mounted in the hub of each wheel to provide unparalleled levels of traction and mobility, Letourneau believed that his trackless train design would be the perfect overland transport in the Arctic. Now, look, if there's one thing that you can say about the R.G. Letourneau company, it's that they were prolific. They were developing and innovating a lot of stuff, and trying to keep track of the timeline of the overland trains and their development can be quite confusing. And that's why I've created this, a very easy to follow, very sane, definitely not deranged chart of all the various overland trains and how their development led eventually to the LCC-1 snow train. Now, in 1953, R.G. Letourneau develops and eventually debuts in 1954 the original Turner train. Now, at the same time that the Letourneau company was developing the first Turner trains, they were also in talks with the US Army's TRADC. TRADC was the Transport and Research Development Command, looking into ways to better maximise infrastructure and overland transport up in Greenland and around the dew stations. Now, interestingly, the representative who came from TRADC to talk to the Letourneau company about wheeled overland transport in the Arctic was none other than Dr. Thomas Poulter. Now, if you recognise that name, it's because he is the man who developed and invented the Antarctic snow cruiser. Now, if you don't know anything about the Antarctic snow cruiser, I already made a video about it a long time ago, but basically this was developed in 1939 as the ultimate overland transport in Antarctica. It featured huge, massive wheels, internal crew compartments, and an electric drive system, and it was a massive failure. Dr. Thomas Poulter's involvement in this is a very interesting connection, and it led to the development of not an overland train, but the snow buggy. Now, the snow buggy is not strictly an overland train, but it definitely falls into the realm of the overland train because it features very familiar wheels, a same steering and electric drive system, and it was actually developed and shipped out to Greenland in 1954 and successfully transportation tests for TRADC. Now, around the same time that all of this was happening, another party approached R.G. Letourneau with the idea of commissioning a large overland vehicle for the Arctic, and that was Al Ghezi of Alaska Freight Lines. Alaska Freight Lines had won a massive contract to move supplies up north for the construction of the dew stations, and the US Army and R.G. Letourneau sort of convinced Al Ghezi to invest in the Snow Freighter, or the VC-22.
A lot of people ask us, what's the difference between Mudwater and Mushroom Cocktail? First, we are Mushroom Cocktail.
Freighter, or the VC-22. Now, the Snow Freighter was constructed at a breakneck pace, and it was shipped up to Alaska and used successfully for a couple of the supply runs to the Arctic North. But, famously, it caught fire and is now still abandoned up there in the Arctic, and I went to visit it in my last video. But around the time that all of this was going on, the US Army was still interested in commissioning their own overland train from the Letourneau company, but something that combined all of these elements of the original Turner train concept, the crew accommodations and the Arctic weatherproofing of the VC-22 Snow Freighter, and combining the large oversized wheels which had been successfully trialled and tested on the Snow Buggy out in Greenland. So what do you get when you combine the Turner train with the Snow Freighter with the Snow Buggy? Well, you get the LCC-1 Snow Train. So here it is, the LCC-1 Snow Train, although it went under various different names by the Army and the government and the Letourneau company who built it, but probably, I would say, one, the most successful of all the overland trains, and probably the most unique. You can see where the train name came from, because compared to the TC-497 and the Snow Freighter, it has a much thinner body that is kind of between the two wheels rather than sitting on top, and it does resemble at the front there certainly much more of a train car. It has just the one windscreen there with, well, it would have been two wipers in the past, and then you would have had a small control station. There was three very unique looking bucket seats in there with the very simple Letourneau controls, and then at the back a small sleeping compartment for the crew. There would have been up to 3-4 crew. It could have operated just by one driver, and then probably most unique to the Snow Train, you can see at the top there, is the bubble dome, the navigational dome that could be used for navigating by stars if you were out in the wilderness. Interestingly, if you go and watch my video on the Kharkovchanka, the Soviet Antarctic exploration vehicle, it has almost the identical bubble dome on it. Something that is used often on aircraft as well too, so that you could navigate by the stars. There was at one point a radar dome, a radar array that was built on the top of that too, but it's no longer fitted. It was probably stripped before the thing was sold for surplus. But you can see the mechanical running gear in here. Remember, of course, the big thing with Laterno vehicles, each of these wheels was powered by its own independent motor housed here in the axle. But one of the things about Laterno motors is they were fully waterproof, dustproof, mudproof. These axle housings weren't waterproof or dustproof. The actual motors themselves in there could be submerged in water or mud and would operate just fine. So very robust and relatively speaking reliable. The kind of unreliable nature of these machines came from the fact that they were bespoke, and finding spare parts for a machine like this, especially something like the tires, if one of them burst or broke, was not very easy. Now as we move back here, you can see this is the engine compartment. Remember in the snow freighter, what happened is the engine compartment caught fire. And it caught fire because of a problem with the fuel line. Now, in that snow freighter, you could move from the little control cab to the engine bay just through a little doorway. In this, it was completely separated. I don't know if they did that in response to what happened with the snow freighter, because there's a lot of crossover when these were built. But here you would have had a single Cummins diesel engine that produced, I think, 600 horsepower. You would have your generators, and then the generators would have fed DC electric current to all of the different wheel motors across all the different wheels and trailers. So at the back here, it looks quite complicated, but this actually is very similar to the setup on the TC497, the final iteration that was built down in Yuma. Mainly, of course, being this, the huge crane at the back. Now, this thing served two functions. It could be used for loading or unloading cargo, incredibly useful when you consider the weights and the amount of cargo each of these trailers could carry, but also it could be used for changing the wheels, and that would be very important if you burst a tire or you had to apply snow chains and the like when you were out in the field. You know,
This is the reason why I canceled my internet subscription. This brand new portable Wi-Fi router.
Apply snow chains and the like when you were out in the field. You know, I have now seen probably more of these overland trains than any person on Earth, but the size of these wheels and tires never ceases to amaze. They are absolutely huge. Now, these wheels and tires were basically the same as those found on the TC497. Now, you can actually see on the tires here, 48 by 68, Firestone. They made all the tires for the various Laterno products. But if you want to know the difference between a TC497 wheel and a snow train wheel, the best thing to look at is these. These here are little discs that would be used for attaching the hooks for snow chains that could be used out in the field. Now, on the TC497, they used hooks, whereas on the snow train, they used discs. It's not foolproof, because actually some of the wheels here have hooks as well too. But famously, these vehicles were on everybody. Callum in the edit bay here. Look, we're about 12 hours away from this video going live, so famous series or Fam 6, and it features or the attachment, which would lead to that.
There was another map in here where they drove it to Greenland.
It was manufactured old surplus wheels.
511 tire those.
I had to put my money on it.
Yeah, if you send me a link or something, Fred, I'll try to watch that later. I'm gonna get cruising back in here with the kids for a little bit, but for now, everything that's going on, I'm reserving my judgment. I'm sure I'll make a video about it at some point. I'm having a hard time with it because I've trusted Dave, I've trusted Eddie, and maybe I don't know. I'm questioning everything from every angle. Some things make sense that it was completely fake. Some things make sense that maybe they were there but still faking it some other how, like combining.
Have you seen the video of Amazon Studio yet?
But they fucking
Yeah, I
done
saw
it,
it.
man.
Yeah, I definitely saw that.
Yeah, and it's portable.
Yeah, absolutely. You can set it up anywhere. And
Yeah, man. And honestly, it's like I can't believe it. I'm in shock. It's like, what the fuck?
well, I kind of respect Kingdom Piratus and her perspective too, growing up.
100%. No, this is it. Her training or her expertise was the final thing for me, right?
Yeah, yep.
And then what happened tonight? Honestly, Aloha, see if you were there. It was just fucking hell. I mean, sorry for swearing, but
it's okay,
wow.
bro. That's all right.
I can't believe it. I mean, I was still trying to reserve judgment, but after what happened tonight, there's no doubt with Dr. I can't remember the name.
Black,
but yeah, what he presented is damning. Damning.
Yeah, I'll reach out to him too. I don't know what he presented, but he's good. I enjoy him. I think he and I both have mutual respect for each other. But yeah.
Eddie Allen Carr, I trust still, because he's starting to call out some of the guys.
Yep. I think, here's the thing about it. I mean, once you have a belief, then you go looking for things to confirm that belief. We all know that as confirmation for the Globers. And, Eddie put out a meme yesterday with the shadows going in different directions. I asked Dave about it, and he said, Keith, that's from the 360 video. So I went and played around with the 360 video on McKeegan's, and the shadows make perfect sense on the video. They don't make any sense on the still, because the still is a panorama of the 360, so it makes the shadows go all funky directions. So Dave was right on that one. Eddie was wrong on that one.
Yeah, but there's shadows on the same clip. Like, I watched the video too. The shadows change as he's moving across, making the phone call.
Yep.
They don't make any sense. They're from too many different angles.
No, I've watched that one as well. Now, actually, Anthony Bear, he comes into lives in here. He was at my meetup last Saturday. He and I replicated that at the beach here where I live. It was, the results we got were very, very similar to McToon's shadow. So, I can't say that that's, proof of fakery, but I can say
out, you were able to replicate a stretching shadow just by
as far, but that could have been a slope on the snow. I'm not saying it is. We did have a little slope on the beach where I was, and it did extend the shadow a little bit. So all I'm saying is I got really similar results, not exact results by any means, but it was similar. At least the shadow went from the right to the left. It did get shorter and then a little bit longer. So I'm trying to figure this stuff out myself.
You seen the picture with them all with their shirts off, right? That photo with them all together?
Yep, makes no sense.
Go look at that photo and look at the shadows on the end guys on both ends. They're both in different directions.
Well, yeah,
that's not fucking possible.
Yeah, like the shadows on the tripods being divergent when the sun is in the middle. And that just proves a local sun. I mean, that totally destroys.
Yeah, but they're pointed in. The guy on the left of the photo, his shadow is angled right, and the guy on the right of the photo, his shadow is angled left. They're angled in.
Yeah, I'll go check that out. Thanks.
Yeah, check that one for sure.
Yep, definitely will. So anyway, it's put me kind of in a hard place because I know a lot of these guys personally, and I've trusted all of them. And I think my best guess at the moment is everyone's just doing the best they can, trying to make sense of everything. And on both sides of the argument right now, just the argument whether it's real or fake, I think both sides have kind of jumped to conclusions on certain things. So I'm still withholding my judgment for now, but there seems to be.
You got to make up your own mind on this for sure.
Sure. Well, there seems to be a growing consensus that it's all fake for sure. That seems to have the momentum. So,
see, we know the model, right? Aloha. There is no option for a 24-hour sun unless the light source is outside the firmament. Right. This has never been even accounted till this guy Joel Hanby or whatever his name is brought it up.
Well, see, that's one of the hard things for me, Fred. I know Joe. He and I spoke at the same event here in Florida, the Truth and Freedom Conference, and we've been in a private group texting with Austin and everybody. Austin has never responded once in 9 months, but I have talked to Joe many, many times, and I think he is sincere as can be. And he'll even tell you, say, look, I'm just playing with Legos here. I'm just, doing the best I can, seeing that this might be it. And he just seems extremely honest to me. So he did figure something out.
But my point is they're trying to explain it. It gives a little bit of a validity to the 24-hour observation.
Right.
There is no 24-hour observation in our model. It's never been heard of. It's a bunch of crap, in my opinion.
That's what I tend to agree with that too. I mean, if there's more evidence or more proof for Joe Hanvey's model, then I'm all willing to look at it. But right now, yeah, I mean, we did the Antikythera mechanism and the perfect repeating patterns. We know
Exactly.
the UV index of the sun going from tropic to tropic. We all the stuff that we know, not just from ourselves the last 10 years here, but from all of history with the flat Earth model. We know there's no 24-hour sun there, and that's still the biggest thing. Is why everybody in our world will do anything they can to make money. Why aren't there tour companies letting tours go down there to film or see a 24-hour sun like there is in the
Because the
north?
Masons stop it, and all these
Yeah.
people keep being exposed as Masons.
Yeah.
Hebler, that did the documentary Level, again talks about Land Beyond. I turned the documentary off in the first minute. As soon as I went to Land Beyond, it's beyond the model. It's a Mason leading us there. Eric Dubay has been exposed as Mason. Enoch wearing Mason clothing, literally with the symbols. And
there's so much. There's so much that I don't trust, and there's so much I'm trying to make sense of. I guess maybe I'm too nice of a guy. I try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. I mean, there's always.
We have to use our own discernment. You just got to see more evidence. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. That's why some people aren't flat earthers yet. They just haven't seen enough evidence for flat Earth. But as
Personally,
they do,
I think we should make every single one of us denounce these buggers live and everything, man. I mean, they're not allowed to do it. And anyone that says they don't know who they are, I think that's suspect here.
Yeah. Well, I know the whole Fred. You and I have gone back and forth a couple times, real cordially about the lands beyond. I've always thought, yeah, maybe it's possible. I'm more like 80-20, that 80% know there's no lands, but the old maps make me think that maybe there's a possibility, or that the dome might be a little further than we think.
All these other maps have been fabricated since flat Earth really broke. Like the 1587 planisphere map.
Yeah.
There's a literal website for that map, and it's the something Ramsey map collection. I have a link to it. But it explains even the history of that map. A professor found a book with this map in it. Him and his students took the pages out, photocopied it into this giant map. Right. One, if it was a real map, it'd be on the rare map sites. We'd know a history of it. Even if it was never turned into a giant map, we would know about it. It's a creation in 1996. These guys made a whole bunch of changes to thing in 1996. The Gleason map tells you there's no sun past the 80th degree.
Right.
That means that land has never been green. It's ice. The extreme weather says it's ice. They're studying blue ice, which is the firmament. And there's no. The firmament's always been a dome. All the rotations say there's no land out.
Fred.
Yeah.
We have maps of California being an island, and I've watched debunk things on that stating that they never traveled it. The guy just made an assumption and made the map.
That's just removal of dirt. Or adding dirt, and they've done that in many places. There's
right, but
pictures of
this
the
is way old.
In that area.
Right, but this is way old, and I'm just stating, like, when it comes down to these maps, man, it's hard to say what's real and what's not in this day and age. I mean,
that's true. That is true. Exactly true.
And for us to sit here and even go back and forth on that aspect of it is what I'm getting at. Like, anything's possible.
It's all the other evidence.
There couldn't be lands.
Just the validity of the map. The map. Well, on their website, they tell you it's a 1996 creation. You just have to read it.
I get that, but I've watched these guys go back into these vaults and pull out maps of California being an island, right? And one saying they did, and another person saying they're not real.
It used to be an island. There's footage of them filling it in. They filled in that land. Same as they made Dubai.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to know, Fred. I think as far as that goes, the REST that we don't really talk about too much, or however many of those there's been, there was obvious, to me anyway, there's obvious evidence that the realm has been flooded and has been burned out and cooked in a lot of different places.
I would agree on both of those.
Yeah. But anyway, all I know is the natural physics of a large body of water destroys the entire heliocentric hypothesis. I'll just stick with that for now.
That's the facts, Jack.
So, all right,
All these
guys.
guys trying to bend water.
Scott,
Just
Zeke, Shannon,
See you
see you
later on,
guys
big
soon.
man. Honestly, and yeah, everything you said is just bang on. Like,
See you later.
see you later on, man.
Later, Zeke. Later, Shannon.
later.
Later, Fred. Thanks.
What a day.
Aloha Smart. He'll go do a deep dive.
Yeah, I know.
He'll figure it out.
Yeah, I haven't done a deep dive, but I've seen some dodgy shit. What I have looked at.
I've seen that shit on Enoch a long time ago. I forgot all about it.
And then, as I said tonight, with that, how deep he dug with that company, that's just damning. Yeah, I mean, I don't care what anyone says. It's just so damning.
Yeah.
That's the final nail, as far as I'm concerned. Fucking nailed in. It's complete fraud. From top to fucking bottom.
Lunar eclipses debunk flat Earth. You silly boy. Go look up the impossible eclipse. Explain that to me.
I still can't pronounce that properly. Not the impossible clips, or what it's actually called.
Yeah, I know. Me either.
Celerine. I'm not even going to say it.
Celennial?
Makes me sound pure special.
He forgets the fact that you don't measure your ceiling to measure your to buy a floor. Ominous. Nothing you say is proof of anything. Your whole existence has been debunked. You're not even ominous. Too big. Yeah, that'd be dusty truth. I don't trust Katie if you're afraid to ask.
Who?
Oh, Jeffrey Soros. He's bringing curvature proof.
Jeffrey fucking Soros. Here we fucking go.
In relation to George? Dude, ominous, you have no clue. You're probably 15 years old.
We might need holy water here, like. With a name like that, this is going to be fucking special.
That's hilarious. That's ominous dark. Oh shit.
Here we fucking go.
You don't come and troll people and post that kind of shit, bro.
Oh, safety meeting. Fucking needed. Jeffrey, are you a fucking mason? You look like a fucking mason.
Oh shit. Here he comes.
Man, you guys keep looking at my shit, getting me some views. I like it. That's you guys. After you guys find out Earth is really round.
What's your plan?
Round like a piece of fucking flat like your brain, man, or the lines that control your
You
heart.
ever heard about water? How it always seeks its own level?
You ever heard about how water has waves? That's why.
That's with outside influence. The ocean was measured every hour for 19 years to create a flat level constant used to measure the Earth. It's called mean sea level.
So you're telling me that the wind makes the waves? Why don't it blow me off a boat then?
What the fuck?
That's exactly what I'm saying about you guys. What the
You're not
fuck?
too bright, bud.
Just say no.
Oh, I'm brighter than your light bulb, man.
I'm not too sure you are.
I am sure I am. Have you been to Antarctica? Because I have.
Well, I'm sure you're too stupid, you.
Sure you have.
Okay, see, you would say that because that's all you have to say.
Is that your winter diaper we're seeing there?
Yeah, I'm sexy as a motherfucker.
Yeah, we can
Put me up
tell.
on the screen, man. You ain't got a wife, man. I'm sorry.
Stop it, please.
Oh, and you have no brain.
It's too funny. Triggered him to come up here.
You guys have been debunked so many.
No, we're not. Oh my
Even
God!
your own people.
Have you ever seen a picture of the horizon? Do you know what the
Your
horizon
own
is?
people, bro.
Do you know what the
Your own
horizon
people.
is?
Everybody knows what a horizon is.
Well, what is it? Come on, princess. What is it? Speak up.
Stop muting me and I will.
I'm not muting you.
You keep muting me, bro, because I'm not
I'm
doing
not
it.
muting you. If I was muting you, I'd be muting you. I'd tell you so. I'm asking you a question. What's the horizon? Define it.
The horizon is the level plane as far as your eyes can see.
Ooh, excellent. And what else is the horizon known as?
The fucking horizon?
And the
What, you
vanishing
got
point?
different names for things
You
to
know,
suit your
horizon
narrative?
is a horizontal line, right?
I guess you could say that, yeah. I guess that
Yeah, the
comes from the
definition of
ancient Greek word
horizontal is
horizon.
parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to vertical.
What's your point?
Well, if it doesn't curve left to right, it doesn't curve forward and back.
Welcome to
Because you can't start from the curve.
It has to curve in 4 directions.
But you can't see that far. Your eyes can't see that
Even
far. You
at my
can't see the
worst
curve. The ball
conditions,
is
they
too
say
big.
2.7 to 2.9 miles.
500,000.
For the horizon, you
It
don't see
doesn't
the
go
whole
over the
thing.
horizon. It goes into the vanishing point of your vision. You just determined.
No.
You just said what the horizon is. It's the
Your
limits
math
where
is
you can
wrong.
see.
Yeah, where you can see.
Okay, so the boat goes
You're not
past the
putting
limits you can see.
you're not putting the height of your eye
You don't
level
need the
into your
height. You can
mathematical
just zoom it
equations. That's
back.
why they're wrong.
You can zoom it back. It's not why they're wrong. We do
It's
it
exactly
always
why
with
they're
height,
wrong.
refraction. You guys yell about refraction, but you don't get refraction across one medium.
So tell me why for centuries boat people have been using celestial navigation, like the curvature of the
basic
earth.
geometry?
That's the curvature of the earth, bro.
You
That's
know
how
a
it works.
basic geometry.
Yeah, I know basic geometry.
Okay, so what do you need to create an angle?
2 points.
2 straight rays. The
2
term is 2
points.
straight rays. or two straight lines.
2 points.
So
Yep.
if the Earth was curved when they're pointed at the horizon, it would drop away. So they wouldn't have two straight lines, so they couldn't get an angle and couldn't celestial navigate. They can only celestial navigate from a flat plane.
Using a sextant, you have to.
You use the
a
horizon
sextant
and the line.
relies
And
on
if
the
it
curvature
dips,
of the Earth.
you wouldn't have a
No,
straight
sir.
line.
No, sir.
Yes, it does. Most definitely does.
Does a triangle have three flat sides or not?
It uses triangulation with the stars and the horizon
it
to
assumes
judge
a flat baseline.
the curvature of the Earth, so that
Ominous,
you know where you're navigating to.
It
That's
assumes
exactly
a
how it
flat
works.
baseline. It assumes a flat baseline, just like the top of descent calculation does for an aircraft, knowing when to fall out of the sky. Its rate of descent, its angle of descent is all dependent on a flat baseline. Same with the sextant. Sailing debunks the globe, and airplanes debunk the globe. This guy's
Airplanes do
almost
not
as bad
debunk the
as
globe.
Bruce
Why do you
Moon.
think airplanes curve when they fly? They don't fly in a straight line.
No, do you know what straight and level flight is, bro? Do you want to really go here?
Yeah, let's get into it because you're completely off base, man.
Okay, hold on, wait a minute. First off, have you even thought about watching the documentary called Flatten the Curve? Have you even heard of it?
No,
Artificial horizon.
it's probably some made up shit to suit your narrative.
Okay, so that's an assumption you have. That's what you guys are real good at, is making false assumptions.
No. We've made
It
plenty
is a
of
document.
we've
Would you shut
made
up for a
plenty
minute,
of
bro?
facts.
Shut up for a minute. Shut up for a minute. Thank you, whoever muted him.
Shut up, man.
Yeah, you. The Flatten the Curve documentary is full of commercial and military pilots, as well as other professionals like aeronautical engineers, merchant marines, the guys who navigate submarines, all proving with real-world applications that the Earth is flat and stationary. Now, I just debunked your claim with one thing from aviation, which is the top of descent calculation, which must assume a flat baseline for that airplane to land safely. Now, two, one of the guys in that documentary is a personal friend of mine. He has 30 years experience in the military, can work on almost any kind of bird you can possibly imagine. He says the number one proof inside of an aircraft is the ADI, or the gyroscope, which always references level from where it is set. It doesn't readjust with gravity. It doesn't readjust for curvature. It doesn't matter how high you fly, no matter how fast you fly or how far you fly. It always references level from where they take off. So they could fly halfway around your ball, and it's still going to reference level from where they left. So that's two things out of 8. Yes, it destroys your model completely. 3, we can just talk about the commercial jetliners if you want, but they only go about 500 to 600 miles per hour. So I like to talk about the SR-71 that goes 2,000 miles an hour, or the X-15 hypersonic jet that goes 4,000 miles an hour. And if you could even begin to calculate how much curvature they would have to account for flying that fast, it's laughable. It's insane. And if they did have to correct for curvature going that fast, they would not be able to maintain lift as they're nosing down. So straight and level flight is a term in aviation. The top of descent calculation destroys your blue ball religion. The ADI, the mechanical gyroscope that has been in most every aircraft except for the last few years when they come out with really high advanced technical ones, which still reference level. It's true that an airplane is actually just flying through the air over a plane. They don't fly in big curved arched lines. There is no curvature. Go ahead, give it a shot, Ominous. Say nuh-uh. It's your turn. Say nuh-uh now.
If that was the case, then every time somebody went from Europe to America.
Thanks for playing.
Yeah, see ya.
Why are we not letting him speak anymore? Come on.
He's a waste of time, bro.
Come on.
He's a waste of
Why
time.
speak anymore?
Yeah,
He's gonna say
absolutely.
Come on now, he does this. At 500,000 feet, it's the same observation. It would be only way you get the left side is if you tilt the nose up long enough to get the photo. Come on.
Come on. I mean, I can kind of explain. I don't know exactly, but it's something to do with the air, and it will auto balance itself. You know, because the engines need to stay in air. You start to lose thrust. You'll start to lose lift if you start going out atmosphere, and that's what causes it to dip down.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes,
Did
well,
you
yes.
hear anything?
There's a real example, you know. I don't know why you're asking people on live. You can just search this up. You know, you're allowed to learn after the age of 18, you know. You're allowed to learn.
What are you talking about?
Did you hear anything I just said?
Listen, all of your...
Hold on.
This kid is about 18, man. Listen,
there an entire documentary of commercial and military pilots. The Earth is flat, and then proving it with their equipment. Why is there a documentary like that? If flat
Yeah,
Earth is
why
so
are
crazy,
documentaries
and
that do the
you could
opposite?
just
Why are there
what?
documentaries that do the opposite? There's thousands of articles that do the opposite.
Absolutely not. Show me one. Show me one with
What
proof
that show the
that
Earth is
show me
curved? I mean,
one
just go on YouTube. That's
documentary. I
one.
would love to go watch it if it exists. Tell me of one documentary that shows an airplane flying around curvature and adjusting its nose downward so it stays at the same altitude.
No,
Show it to us.
they don't adjust enough. The Earth does it for you. There's
No, I
That's
think
thousands
the
of
yeah.
things affecting
emergency
a
You
plane.
just
procedure,
said you
Gravity, when
just
they
said
have
there's
no
thousands of
engine stop.
documentaries.
Well, I mean, like documents, just videos, explanations. You can easily
Another
find it.
false claim, bro. Hey, free
No,
chicken. That's another
Google is free,
false
man. Google
claim.
is free. We have access to more information at any other point in the world.
All
That's
you're
why
Any
talking
there's
other
about,
point in
free
there's
history. You
chicken,
think
is an
yeah.
that can do
emergency
that? Come on,
procedure
bro.
used
That's
when they
why
have
Stop
there's
no
stop
more
power.
wasting your life,
flat
bro.
earthers.
I'm out.
See ya.
Later. We didn't even have to bring up Eddie Allen Carr and the 16 emergency landings, which only makes sense on flat Earth.
He rambled in my live this morning and didn't show anything. He had visual proof. So
Debate in there between angels and God with the star. Oh my
Fred,
God.
bring that up, bruv.
I'm going to dip out. I can't listen to those Globers talk. They lie every other sentence. They're lying about something.
In that case,
I do like angels. I mean, pull it up. You guys might enjoy what Dad right now. If like to jump in and out. I missed something the last 20. I'm trying to get caught up.
Just madness what's went on the last 24 hours. You know what I
dude,
mean? But yeah, that what went on down there is just a pure setup. It's got to be. You know what I mean? It is just like masoned up. Every fucking one of them. I couldn't believe it yesterday. I was like, that can't be right. And then, like everything, it just keeps going and going.
Yeah, I was driving around today thinking I need to make a list and maybe do a video of all the red flags coming out of Antarctica. There's so many things that don't line up and don't make sense. There's more than 2 or 3. There's probably more like 20 or 30 of them. And that's why more and more people are leaning towards it's all fake. But I'm still not 100% there with that belief. So I'm going to keep, holding my judgment and being patient and waiting until we get more information. I think as more video tears the video out, or tears it apart and researches it and looks into it, I think we're going to learn more that we don't know right now. So I'm just trying to be patient and wait for all that.
That's it. Cross fingers, touch wood.
You guys enjoy the debate.
See you later on, man. Thank you. You still there, Zeke?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Good man. Thought you'd fallen asleep on us. Is that your smoke alarm, Fred?
What's that?
Was that your smoke alarm?
No, I was muted.
No, all right. Might have been Zeke's. You cooking, Zeke? You setting fire to the house?
No, that's not that.
What the heck are we watching here?
anybody see that veteran that said free Palestine in front of all our Congress or whatever in America?
What?
It was like she said she was a 17-year United States veteran of something, and said that they're like burning kids alive, and then like basically said free Palestine at the end, but was like yelling at the Congress, crying. They kicked her out. He's slamming the gavel, or like federal court or some kind of deal. Like, y'all want to keep the war going? It just went viral like a few days, maybe a week ago. I don't know. Got people quitting the military because of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Request to come up. Prove gravity. We will win a prize because scientists can't. Yep. No gravity, no balls.
Electrostatic gravimeter. I think it's the same thing in the science community. Come on, guys.
How many pierogies do you want?
Nobody? let's get a good picture. Boop.
All the Globies have run away.
If space-time bends things, does it bend the other way if you make it time before space? Pressure gradient. It's not a flat level gradient. Mass doesn't attract mass. Have you never passed by a Pennington store? You would get attracted to all the fat people. Knucklehead. He only had 3 followers. He wasn't worth playing with.
Indeed. Bye.
Hey Fred, all that knowledge you got, man, share some of that knowledge. What you got for us? What about some science experiment? Have y'all seen the one where they got like this petri dish with look like a hockey puck floating around, representing like the moon or something, floating around a flat disk?
Hey. Good morning, everyone.
Morning,
Yo.
evening.
Yo, I'm in the bus right now, so
You're
I
on
wanna,
mute, Fred.
yeah, so I just want to introduce myself to everyone on the bus here.
So can I go on?
Do you know about magnetic braking?
You talking to me?
Magnetic braking? No, I never heard of it.
I'll show you. Basically, magnet and copper.
Oh yeah, yeah. Where you drop something in a copper tube and it slows down.
Now, since you found yourself watching this video, presumably you enjoy learning like this, learning about science and the world around us. And many of you probably already know the answer has to do with electricity. When a
Okay,
magnet
yeah, I've seen that.
copper and many other metals, it causes electrons to reorganize themselves and flow in a circular pattern perpendicular to the oncoming magnetic field. Of course, the electrons were perfectly happy being where they were before the magnet tried moving them around, and so they resist this movement by generating a temporary magnetic field of their own. There's no attraction or repulsion, just resistance to change. One way that we can prove this resistance is due to the flow of electricity is by replacing the copper plates with a copper coil. This coil of wire is not connected at the ends, and so it does not form a complete electrical circuit. If we tried to make electrons flow around this coil, they would have nowhere to go, and we can tell this is the case because when I drop a magnet through the center, there is no resistance. It falls through the coil as if it were not even there, no slowing down at all. If the resistance to movement we saw with the copper plate was an inherent property of copper, with electricity, the magnet should still slow down, even with a disconnected circuit. When I do connect the two ends of the copper wire, now the magnet pauses as soon as it reaches the coil, and it takes a moment to make it all the way through. Electrons can now make a complete orbit around the coil in response to the oncoming magnetic field, and so the magnet slows down as its momentum is converted into electrical current. If I once again disconnect the coil and bridge the circuit with an LED, we can see a better indication of the electricity. The LED is very efficient, so powering it doesn't slow down the magnet quite as much as when the circuit was closed directly. This is a simplified model of how the majority of the world's electricity is generated. There are many different types of power plants, but most of them are just trying to figure out different ways to more efficiently move magnets through coils of wire. Now back to the copper plates. We can't so easily get electricity from these like we can from a coil, but the electrons are still flowing and cause very heavy resistance to a strong magnet. Because of this, we can do some interesting things like manually levitate a magnet above the surface. I'm doing this by holding a second magnet underneath the plate. It's not easy to make a magnet float in this way, but it is fun to practice. I found that using a very wide magnet on top and a smaller magnet underneath is the most controllable setup. I made a small stand to hold my copper plates out of wood and acrylic glass. The resistance to movement caused by the electrical inductance in the copper is the only reason this levitation is possible. On a surface without this property, a magnet will fly right off the side as soon as you try to lift it with a second magnet. Despite the resistance that we've seen to change, magnetic fields pass right through copper as if it were not even there. As we can see by how I'm able to rotate this small cube magnet from a long distance away, even with the copper plate separating the magnet in my hand. Replacing the disc magnet with this smaller cube in the earlier setup allows me to walk it across the surface like a little robot, and the motion damping provided by the copper gives me very precise control. Besides the generation of electricity, there are a few other practical applications for this sort of motion damping. High-speed trains and even some roller coasters use a magnetic braking system set up in a way very similar to this, with powerful magnets, usually electromagnets, elevated above a conductive surface. The magnets slow the vehicle down quickly, without any surface-to-surface friction that causes damage in conventional braking systems between brake pads and rotors. My favorite tabletop demonstration of magnetic braking is to swing a magnet toward a chunk of copper like a wrecking ball. The magnet loses all of its momentum at the very last moment in a way that almost looks supernatural. It reminds me of a scene in the second Matrix movie where Neo stops bullets in midair. What's really happening is of course the same thing that has happened in my other examples. magnet's momentum is slowed by opposing magnetic fields generated by the flow of electrons in the copper. And since the electrical energy isn't being collected by a circuit for any useful purpose, it dissipates into the lump of copper as heat. So the copper actually gets warmer every time I swing the magnet toward it, but by such a small amount that measuring the change would be very difficult. All of the things that you've seen demonstrated in this video are
Yeah, that was cool. What about Carl Castle, Fred? What you know about the man that built Carl Castle and how he may have done it, lifting them heavy rocks?
Supposedly he was manipulating energy with crystals.
Right. I heard a story with some kids that was spying on him one time, and they said he was holding something in his hand that was shaped like an ice cream cone, and
Yeah.
and then you like to study the Egyptians a lot, and a lot of those
I'll show you
hieroglyphic.
something now that you mentioned the ice cream codes.
Yeah, the ice cream cones is
They look
you're
like
seeing a lot.
upside down ice cream cones, right?
Right.
Yeah, watch this.
It breaks my heart when people take information like this to the grave with them.
Yeah. You know about these lights, right?
Oh, is that the drawing of the oh yeah, with the light
These are
bulb?
called the Dendera lights.
Uh-huh.
Now I'm looking for a specific picture. Not all of them are the same. Maybe this one. Nope. Shit.
And it looks like it's got a cord going to the bulb, and the cord is coming from something that looks like a coil.
Yeah. There's one depiction. That's the one I'm looking for. Might be this one. No. Ah, shit.
And then you got the Baghdad battery, 2,000-year-old battery.
Yeah. It's one of these. Yeah, that's not it either.
So we know
You
for
have to go
sure
a
that
little deeper.
that they had electricity back in the ancient times.
There it is. See there? 2 cones.
Yeah, uh-huh.
This is supposed to be Nimrod. See the reptilian tail?
Oh, wow, yeah.
The reptilian head?
Uh-huh. And then he's holding them 2
2
cones in his
cones.
hands. Yeah. And you got pictures of Gilgamesh holding them cones, a cone in one hand and a basket in the other hand is normally what you see. And you see many of them ancient gods holding that, and they're wearing watches on both wrists.
He's supposed to be the first Freemason. But that's the Dendera lights if you want to look it up yourself.
Yeah, I love that. That's very interesting. I would love to see that in person.
Yeah, I'd like to see some of this stuff we see in the ancient walls.
And then the Baghdad battery, that's a 2,000-year-old battery that actually works with a simple base and copper tube going down the center of the base, and they probably filled it up with citrus acid or whatever to activate the battery.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You
So
can
they
get
had,
that now.
right. And so if they had a battery, I mean, then surely they had some kind of equipment or something that the battery was used for.
Well, a lot of it was copper. You look up copper experiments, and copper. I think this one might be it. See, that other guy was showing you how it's unstable. It's not stable if you use the same size magnet.
This guy is very great.
Hey, he's just using a magnet underneath, but you got to use the same size magnet. That other guy was using a big magnet and a little tiny magnet. You get perfectly stable levitation with the same size magnets.
Wow, with a lot of 8 meters of thickness, the magnet can move on.
And then, yeah, you also got levitation with sound. There's some experiments where people are levitating almost anything with sound.
Yeah, that too. This was the first one I saw, and this is 4 years ago, but I seen it a long time ago.
Quite often, what people can do is have another levitator, say at 90 degrees to that, to stabilize it. I think one of the other interesting things about the kinds of objects that you can put in these levitators is you can do solids and, as you had mentioned, liquids. Why would that make this particularly useful as a technology? For us, it's an ideal device for holding a droplet in space with no other interactions around it, so you can just study that droplet. Benmore and his team are currently using this device to analyze pharmaceutical drugs with the help of an extremely powerful X-ray. So we have the most intense X-ray source in the Western Hemisphere here at Argonne. And so what we're able to do is look at the atomic structure where all the atoms are arranged, and so we identify the molecular shape and how the molecules interact. So what it allows us to do is kind of trap that drug in that manufacturing process and give an idea of what conditions you need to actually make a more effective pharmaceutical. At the present moment, you are levitating fairly small objects. Can you walk us through what it will take to actually scale that up to levitate bigger and bigger? But what people are trying to do now, and have successfully done to a certain extent, is to make arrays of these. So if you have a whole array of these, say you have 5 in a row in one direction and 5 in another, so you have 25, you can levitate a larger object just by levitating in certain places. Rather than having a bigger transducer, you just have more of them. And in fact, what they're able to do as well is to actually move objects around, because you can change the amplitude using software to vary the power in one transducer compared to another, so you'll be able to move the object laterally, as well as vertically.
For example, take a look at this robotic arm that uses acoustic levitation to move objects without ever touching them, reducing the risk of damage or contamination. In the future, this could give robots a more delicate touch.
So this isn't the only form of levitation out there. Can you walk us through perhaps some other methods of actually levitating objects, and maybe why this is a more effective method in certain ways? So there are many types of levitation, from magnetic, electromagnetic to aerodynamic levitation. And in fact, one we use quite a lot is aerodynamic levitation, and this is it's really quite an easy one. If you've ever had a ping pong ball on a hairdryer, you can imagine how that one works. That's very effective.
Magnetic levitation, or maglev, can suspend something as massive as a train by using opposing magnetic forces. But acoustic levitation is unique because it's ideal for handling tiny, fragile objects and non-conductive substances like liquids.
This is soft enough that it will keep the droplet together. And of course, it's magnetic, so we can't use magnetic levitation.
I'll speculate on other options for this technology.
One application that's going on right now is a combining of a acoustic levitator with an aerodynamic levitator. So you can get the benefits of both.
And I have to ask, could you potentially make something like a hoverboard out of this technology, or are you inherently limited to the lab because you have to have these two devices interacting with each other?
You can actually make these devices very small now, and you can have many of them. So maybe not more powerful, but you could have a lot of them. I don't think it's enough to levitate. You can certainly think about levitating heavier objects.
Thank you for blowing our minds today.
Well, thank you.
What was that?
Have you seen the man that made a hoverboard supposedly, and was flying it with him on it, and the technology he was using supposedly comes from the wings of a beetle, a scarab beetle.
Oh yeah, the scarab they say is using electrostatics to fly too.
Right, a lot of those insects, they how scientists says it's impossible for a bumblebee to fly. Well, what if it's just the hum of the wings that is creating a vibration, and they're actually levitating, they're not flying. Also, helps me make sense of how they're able to fly in such strong winds, and it's as if no matter how strong the wind is, these little tiny insects don't even seem to be fazed by the wind.
See scarab wings levitate on their own.
Okay, get it to work.
It's got some stupid string attached. But I've seen science on it.
You see that the Egyptians were very fanatic about the scare. They
See
got
the
a lot of
static
it.
on them? That's scarab wings. They're levitating. I gotta order me a scarab beetle so I can tear off its wings. Now that's kind of crazy.
Could be the same with bees in the same way.
Yeah.
Hey YouTubers, this will be the third video in the Gerbenicons video replication series. Today we're going to try to get one of these shells to hover over the other one. The original of this video is what inspired the series. So I hope you like it. Let's get started.
I'm gonna try it with a bee the next time I fucking see one, and a wasp.
I believe with the bees, I really do believe it's about the sound that their wings produce.
Yeah, you could be right, you could be right, but this
Yeah, the bees
making me think
now.
It could be
The beating of the wings on its way to the flower creates a electrostatic charge on the bristles of its fur, like its hair, and that
That's what I mean.
absorbs the pollen.
Also, the sound from the wings on them honeybees is what produces the shape of the honeycomb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the sound also repels certain types of wasps or whatever. I believe the sound from a honeybee can kill a wasp and certain spiders, I believe.
Interesting. I like you, brother. I like you.
Welcome to the Electricity of Life, brought to you by the Thunderbolt Project at thunderbolts.info. As bees drink sugary nectar and collect pollen for its nutrients and fat, these interactions between pollinator and plant include evolutionary adaptations to electrical science. A high school student from the future could surely mention at least 2 electrical interactions when describing how bees interact with flowers. As a bee flies, it sheds electrons, accumulating a positive charge, or electron receiving state. A voltage gradient in the air of about 100 volts for every meter up causes the petals of many flowers to accumulate a negative charge in relation to the air around them. In a manner familiar to any human who has felt static electricity on their hair, the tiny hairs on a bee's body bend slightly towards the flower. These body hairs in bees are connected to neurons, especially sensitive to this interaction. When bees land, the static effect from their hairs also attracts pollen like a Swiffer pad. The bee will comb her body to store this pollen more securely on regions of the back legs called the corbiculum, or pollen gland. The flower will still have a lower charge of electrons after this visit. For about 100 seconds, for example, this decreased charge may serve as another indicator that bees use to determine which flowers have been visited. On a different note, these tiny creatures see our shared world with a slightly different range of colors. The vibration as red is simply too slow and wide of a waveform for their eyes to see. Meanwhile, we see much faster and tighter wave vibrations among humans, which we call ultraviolet. Consider this when you see flowers that appear to our eyes to look rather simple. They may have additional features that our eyes simply do not see. Some flowers are more predominantly red because evolutionary relationships have led them to become more adapted to attracting hummingbirds or butterflies, for instance. Bees are likely just one of many insects which use electrically sensitive hairs for different purposes. We simply may not allocate money and time towards the scientific study of such things. Thanks for watching. And next time you see bees in your garden or among wildflowers, consider how these creatures see the world and how they feel the electricity of life.
Booyah! I like
Yeah,
how it included that electrostatic gradient.
yeah, that is awesome. And another thing awesome is the fact that honey is known as the food of the gods and how it never goes bad. Honey can last
Yes,
for thousands of years.
and it's the oldest medicine.
Right, I use it myself. One of my natural remedies. I've seen levitation experiments where they was floating all kinds of stuff, pipe wrenches, golf bowling balls, and all kind of stuff.
I seen rocks levitated.
You seen what?
Rocks.
Rocks? Oh, that'd be cool. That's what I want to get into. I would love to.
Yes.
I would
Lower
love to figure out
frequency
the
has
secret.
more power for that. You can levitate rocks off a speaker with a low enough bass frequency.
The guy that built the Coral Castle, he was using some kind of wooden A-frame, but on top of the wooden A-frame, he had a square box that was built on the top of it with a wire running up to it. So I like to know what kind of contraction, what kind of electrical device he had up in that box. It had, I would think, something to do with sound. Yeah, sound seems to be the glue that holds everything together.
I'll be back in a sec. Gotta take out some garbage.
A Globie must have come to Fred's door. Oh, I better mute myself for a stir this cup.
Any of y'all got anything interesting that we might want to learn, or know about?
Pardon?
Yeah, what kind of information y'all got that you think might be interesting?
God, it's getting that late for me. My brain's shutting down.
Have y'all ever seen sky ice?
I've seen a few things on it, yeah. It's interesting. I'd like to learn more on it, that's for fucking sure.
Yeah, but
My hands on some of it, I think it could be quite fucking interesting.
it can only be studied below a certain temperature, though. That's the problem.
Well, there's some of the stuff I've seen says it's they can reproduce it somewhere in Texas in a lab. But I don't know if that's true. You know what I mean? It's like everything. You just got to take it with a pinch of salt and take it as a possible. You know what I mean? I can't even remember who it was that said it. It was someone that said they had a family member that worked with it, and that's what they'd heard from them. That the stuff they study comes from a laboratory, made from a laboratory in Texas. Because they now have the composition of it. frozen CO2 or whatever the fuck it was, man. I can't mind what they were saying.
That's interesting. I don't see why not.
Well, it's meant to be CO2 frozen at, well, whatever the temperature is to freeze it. It's meant to be extremely fucking low. I don't remember that much. If you ask Fred, he's got saying on it when he comes back.
Yeah, I asked Fred about the sky ice already. He's seen a little bit about it, but he only bites his teeth into things that he actually seen with his own eyes, pretty much, and because that can only be studied in Antarctica, so, but yeah,
All the stories we hear, like, oh, I've heard all the stories too. Like, they supposedly it's the only thing they research in the Antarctic is blue ice. They don't say sky ice, but they say blue ice. If they're trying to analyze the firmament, that's where they could just get to it on the ground, right? If it is a dome.
right. I also heard stories that they tried drilling through the firmament with a boring machine, and the machine got stuck because the hole that they was drilling was just filling back in. It was self healing.
Yeah, I heard that.
And then I think in like 10 years' time, the hole was completely sealed back up.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the image they published about the blue ice. Mysterious blue ice that they're studying. But that's a Google Earth image. See, that's more what I think this is.
And what about Libyan glass? That's something completely different.
Yeah, 100%.
I think it's a fraud.
That's
Libyan
what I
glass.
think. I think that's just to lead us off the fucking trail.
Yeah. That wouldn't be, if it's the same as the blue ice of the firmament, and it's theory that it's oxygen, and if they take it away from the Antarctic, it melts, like it just vaporizes into oxygen again. So if that's the same stuff, and it fell in the desert, nobody would have found it. It would have vaporized.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That, the Libyan glass is something completely different. I would say that
At the very least, it's something completely different. If it's not a fraud, do you know what I mean? Just
Now,
it looks like a precious stone. Yeah, I mean.
Well, I don't think that it's a fraud. They just don't know where it comes from. But the glass itself, I believe, is real, and you got this desert that's covered with it. It's not like it's something that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I believe that's the only place it can be found. And so where did it come from? It is strange. But
Well, this is it. It could be anything, man. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I don't think it has nothing to do with the firmament
I'm
myself.
pretty sure if you looked at them, like the composition, what they're made up of, I mean, I bet you any money they're completely different. I mean, because we know what flipping the ice is meant to be. Now, if you actually took a sample of that Libyan gas, I guarantee it'd be a completely different makeup line.
Right. I remember them talking about the makeup of the glass. It is very unique.
I've never looked into the Libyan glass. I've looked into the ice because I found it more interesting. The Libyan glass. I mean, I looked at the pictures of it and straight away thought, right, that's not the same shit.
Yeah, the ice makes more sense to where I would think that the dome would be self-healing,
You see this? If you look this up, you'll see some of the old forts and castles were basically turned to glass because of extreme heat.
Yeah, I've seen there's many of ancient sites that ruins appear to be melted bricks, and so it seems like something happened in those times that produced so much heat that it was melting the rocks.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of evidence of that all over the blooming, all over the place, man. They found it in India. They found it in Egypt. You know what I mean, signs of very large explosions.
The question is it man-made, or was it from a man-made war with weapons or whatever, or is it from the natural?
Well, I don't think it's natural, right?
It was man-made. They've done these things through time.
Yeah, man.
Like Greek fire, that's one thing they say, oh, they don't know what it is. My friend's encyclopedia literally had the
They
recipe for
fucking
Greek
know
fire.
what it is, guaranteed, man.
Well, what about every so many thousands of years, something wipes out life on Earth?
I've come to the conclusion that's a given, right? It's happened multiple times. I don't fear. I mean, fucking hell.
And
I think it's happened so many
I've been
times.
listening to people that talk a lot about the plasma and how during the magnetic field when it flips, we can go from having a blue sky to a red sky because that the physics of the torus field. One side of a torus field would be blue, the other side would be red.
Yeah, I think it.
Yeah, but they're changing the colors in the sky with particles, let's just say.
Yeah, well, this is it. Some strange shits went on this last year, right? You know what I mean? Some really strange shit. Fucking northern lights in the southern hemisphere. What the fuck's going on?
Right. My ex-girlfriend just showed me pictures that she took of the northern light from the north side of Lake Pontchartrain down here right above New Orleans, and I was like, really? And she showed me the pictures and told me where they took them at, and beautiful pictures. And happening for sure right now. Something's going on.
That's this device.
Or the device we can't talk about?
Yeah, so I'll show it to you.
HARP?
Yeah.
Yep, I know about it.
You know about the artificial ones that they've been making?
The one in Alaska, the big one?
Yeah. This right here. Read what it says. That's why you're seeing them in the south. They're called the northern lights for a reason. This device is causing them to be in the south.
Okay, all right, yeah, and then also hear that device can also create earthquakes by ramping up the frequency and turning off the machine, and the frequency just comes back down with so much force that it can cause earthquakes.
Yeah, exactly. And it's putting energy into the atmosphere for some of these other events they're having.
Yeah, these fucking
storms, tornadoes, and crap.
Right. And speaking of the storms and everything, I believe that they got the capability not only to create and destroy a storm, but they can also drive the storm using lasers, just heating up the environment.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Just heat up the water in front of the storm, and the storm would take that path.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, they could totally steer them.
Yep. I mean, look at all these strange these fires that's been happening, and how if something's blue, whatever's causing the fires don't seem to have any effect on the color blue.
Here's one of the U.S. government's top.
That's only with a blue laser. If it's a red laser, only red will block it.
Ah.
It's color dependent. If the laser's blue, a blue tarp will block it. If it's a red laser, it'll go right through a blue thing. It would need a blue red tarp.
Ah. And you seen where China's painting all the roofs of their homes and
Blue,
everything blue?
yeah, because they know who's doing it. Shit. YouTube crashed on me. They didn't want me showing you nothing.
YouTube is nowhere near what it used to be.
Oh, yeah, I know. If you're searching good things, you can find lots. But if you're searching truth, it fucking blocks everything.
Or it takes you to a mainstream site instead of regular people. I don't want to hear nothing coming from the ABC, NBC, CBS, or any of them.
Yeah. Even some of them posted good shit. Harp, the weatherman, knew about it.
Right.
I'm looking for a specific video. Yeah, and this one. Don't really need the sound. These are what they call underground storage facilities. And these particular ones are in Missouri because it's centrally located in the United States. They can travel anywhere in the United States through these facilities.
Right, I've seen a lot of that. Underground tunnels so big to where 18-wheelers drive in them, and they're just huge places.
Yeah, that's where you're going to see.
Right, whole cities
I
underneath
posted
that.
this 13 years ago. This is my video.
Catch the hammers.
And the machine that drills the holes is capable to, well, the last time that I read about it, they can drill up to 7 miles a day.
Yep. And some of them are bigger than a gymnasium.
It's an awesome machine, you know. It shows the whole process of how, as the machine is drilling the hole, the material that they drill in is used to make the concrete and everything, and everything's done with that machine, making a nice concrete tunnel as it goes on through.
Here will
But yeah, that's what I've seen. I've seen that. I mean, just a giant city underneath dirt.
No, like the Bible and stuff saying about them building cities under the earth. The great
But
day of the
they've always
firmament
been
gets flipped
under.
back like a scroll.
Truckers talk about it. They could drive state to state. Only certain truckers have access. But some of the buildings on the surface, like you'll be in a city and there'll be a giant skyscraper, there's access to the underground through that skyscraper or from here into the skyscraper.
We got littler tunnels, but not that big like that. In my Tulsa and Oklahoma City, they had like businesses down there for a while.
Yeah, they're all over the United States. And
Do
I
you
think pretty much all over the world.
do you believe
This
they
one
have
they
life
literally call
extension?
Space Center Inc. You can look
Do
it up. Space Center Inc. in Missouri.
when I see these tunnels, I think about scriptures how it says that these people are gonna wish for the mountains to fall on them, but they cannot die.
When they cause an event on the surface, this is where they're going to be.
Oh yeah,
See, that's access to a building in there.
now they say that's an old salt mine, right?
Yes, some of them are, some of them aren't. They're drilling them like you saw the machine.
Right, right. But
Some of them
that
they
one right
start
there.
with mines and then connect them to other mines and other places.
Pitcher, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the town's unsafe for people to live in.
In 1906, the U.S. government, when I was researching electric vehicles, the U.S. government had two 12-passenger electric vehicles they used in the tunnels under the White House. 1906. So they had tunnels underneath that long at least.
Yeah, I also seen where they got a magnetic
Yeah,
rail
maglev
train.
train.
Yep, magnetic train throughout them tunnels.
Yeah, like we were talking about the magnets in the copper, that's how it runs.
Uh-huh.
Super fast too.
Surprised Elon don't have his own that goes, separate, kind of like his LA tunnel.
He's making some tunnel underneath.
I'm sure he is.
There's another person making some high-speed tunnel.
He already has one in LA, and they did that deal on TV. I don't doubt he's got other ones. And
There's a
then
motorhome in there.
I mean, you got street names, stop signs,
Yeah.
all
There's an
tax.
entrance to a corporation, like a corporate building.
Uh-huh. But there's some about taxpayer money.
What do
and
you
my
think these trucks are hauling in here? Stockpiling food and supplies and ammunition, growing food down here.
Human trafficking.
That too. Here's another one.
yeah, after I seen these was when around the time Alex Jones switched from going there's tunnels, there's this, and having people on to like, oh yeah, there's people that go way off and think there's tunnels under the like, like contradicting what he previously said. That's when I knew I'd look further into that.
Yeah.
And then to find them on my own state and picture Oklahoma, that thing about the town and the chat and all that, and the mining being making people sick. They basically just said y'all had to leave, but a lot of people kept the land rights. That's kind of same thing. Right, it happens to go right through where one of the lines they have mapped out where one of the tunnels go.
It seems like one of the most controversial one is that they really want to keep a secret is the one under the Denver airport.
Yeah. They even put another airport wing there. There's a private airport for these people. They mingle with the regular passengers.
Yeah, that's why they had supplies left over after the airport was finished. They were still going under there.
Yeah, they made a whole wing and then they closed it off. Said, "Oh, we don't need it."
Yeah.
How much is in Oklahoma? We got a lot of mines out here and a lot of mines that are closed. I'm sure.
Fucking Elon Musk and his fucking tunneling company, man. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
These things have been around for centuries, man.
Exactly,
Yeah,
and they
well,
just
yeah, that's it.
expanded them.
You're right. They are there. There's ones in Turkey that are like thousands of years old, and they don't know who built them.
There's
China.
also Site 9/11 the U.S. government paid for and built in Israel. They called it Site 9/11.
Of course, Israel, right?
Yeah.
Only the Israel people that were involved that they went missing and wiped their names. That was over.
Nation's fucked up.
Every country on earth at the moment is reforming public education. There are two reasons for it. The first of them is economic. People are trying to work out how to educate our children to take their place in the economies of the 21st century. How do we do that? Given that we can't anticipate what the economy will look like at the end of next week, as the recent turmoil is demonstrating. How do we do that? The second, though, is cultural. Every country on earth is trying to figure out how do we educate our children so they have a sense of cultural identity and so that we can pass on the cultural genes of our communities while being part of the process of globalization. How do we square that circle?
Globalization.
The problem is they're trying to meet the future by doing what they did in the past. And on the way, they're alienating millions of kids who don't see any purpose in going to school. When we went to school, we were kept there with a story, which was if you worked hard and did well, got a college degree, you would have a job. Our kids don't believe that. And they're right not to, by the way. You're better having a degree than not, but it's not a guarantee anymore. And particularly not if the route to it marginalizes most of the things that you think are important about yourself. Some people say we have to raise standards if this is a breakthrough. You know, like, really, yes, we should. Why would you lower them? You know, I haven't come across an argument that persuades me of lowering them. But raising them, of course we should raise them. The problem is that the current system of education was designed and conceived and structured for a different age. It was conceived in the intellectual culture of the Enlightenment and in the economic circumstances of the Industrial Revolution. Before the middle of the 19th century, there were no systems of public education. Not really. I mean, you can get educated by Jesuits, you know, if you have the money. But public education, paid for from taxation, compulsory to everybody and free at the point of delivery, that was a revolutionary idea. And many people objected to it. They said it's not possible for many street kids, working class children, to benefit from public education. They're incapable of learning to read and write, and why are we spending time on this? So there's also built into it a whole series of assumptions about social structure and capacity. It was driven by an economic imperative of the time, but running right through it which was essentially the Enlightenment view of intelligence. That real intelligence consists in the capacity for a certain type of deductive reasoning and a knowledge of the classics originally, what we come to think of as academic ability. And this is deep in the gene pool of public education, that there are really two types of people, academic and non-academic, smart people and non-smart people. And the consequence of that is that many brilliant people think they're not, because they've been judged against this particular view of the mind. So we have twin pillars, economic and intellectual. And my view is that this model has caused chaos in many people's lives. It's been great for some. There have been people who have benefited wonderfully from it. But most people have not. Instead, they suffer this. This is the modern epidemic, and it's as misplaced and it's as fictitious. This is the plague of ADHD. Now, this is a map of the incidence in America, or prescription for ADHD. Don't mistake me here. I don't mean to say there is no such thing as attention deficit disorder. I'm not qualified to say if there is such a thing. I know that a great majority of psychologists and pediatricians think there is such a thing. But it's still a matter of debate. What I do know for a fact is it's not an epidemic. These kids are being medicated as routinely as we had our tonsils taken out. And on the same whimsical basis, and for the same reason, medical fashion. Our children are living in the most intensely stimulating period in the history of the earth. They're being besieged with information and calls for their attention from every platform, computers, from iPhones, from advertising audience, from hundreds of television channels. And we're penalizing them now for getting distracted. From what? Boring stuff. But the incidence of ADHD has risen in parallel with the growth of standardized testing. Now, these kids are being given Ritalin and Adderall and all manner of things, often quite dangerous drugs, to get them focused and calm them down. But according to this, attention deficit disorder increases as you travel east across the country. People start losing interest in Oklahoma. They can hardly think straight in Arkansas. And by the time they get to Washington, they've lost it completely. And there are separate reasons for that, I believe. It's a fictitious epidemic. If you think of it, the arts, and I don't say this exclusively of the arts, I think it's also true of science and of maths, but I say about the arts particularly because they are the victims of this mentality currently, particularly. The arts especially address the idea of aesthetic experience. An aesthetic experience is one in which your senses are operating at their peak, when you're present in the current moment, when you're resonating with the excitement of this thing that you're experiencing, when you are fully alive. An anesthetic is when you shut your senses off and deaden yourself to what's happening. And a lot of these drugs are that. We're getting our children to education by anesthetizing them. And I think we should be doing the exact opposite. We shouldn't be putting them asleep. We should be waking them up to what they have inside of themselves. But the model we have is this. I believe we have a system of education that is modeled on the interests of industrialism and in the image of it. I'll give you a couple of examples. Schools are still pretty much organized on factory lines, so ringing bells, separate facilities, specialized into separate subjects. We still educate children by batches. We put them through the system by age group. Why do we do that? No, why is there this assumption that the most important thing kids have in common is how old they are? It's like the most important thing about them is their date of manufacture. Well, I know kids who are much better than other kids at the same age in different disciplines, or at different times of the day, or better in smaller groups than in large groups. If you're interested in the model of learning, you don't start from this production line mentality. It's essentially about conformity, and increasingly it's about that as you look at the growth of standardized testing and standardized curricula. And it's about standardization. I believe we've got to go in the exact opposite direction. That's what I mean about changing it. There was a great study done recently on divergent thinking. Published a couple of years ago. Divergent thinking isn't the same thing as creativity. I define creativity as the process of having original ideas that have value. Divergent thinking isn't a sin, but it's an essential capacity for creativity. It's the ability to see lots of possible answers to a question, lots of possible ways of interpreting a question, to think what Edward de Bono would probably call laterally, to think not just in linear or convergent ways, to see multiple answers, not one. So, there are tests for this. One kind of cod example would be people might be asked to say, how many uses can you think of for a paperclip? One of those routine questions. Most people might come up with 10 or 50. People who are good at this might come up with 200. And they do that by saying, well, could the paperclip be 200 foot tall and be made out of foam rubber? Does it have to be a paperclip as we know it, Jim? Now, they tested this, and they gave them to 1,500 people in a book called Breakpoint and Beyond. And on the protocol of the test, if you scored above a certain level, you'd be considered to be a genius at divergent thinking. Okay? So my question to you is, what percentage of the people tested of the 1500 scored at genius level for divergent thinking. Now you need to know one more thing about them. These were kindergarten children. So what do you think? What percentage at genius level? 80. 80, okay. 98%. Now, the thing about this was it was a longitudinal study.
The rest are yours.
So they retested the same children 5 years later, age of 8 to 10. What do you think? 15? They retested them again 5 years later, ages 13 to 15. You can see a trend here, can't you? Now, this tells an interesting story, because you could have imagined it going the other way, couldn't you? You start off not being very good, but you get better as you get older. But this shows two things. One is we all have this capacity, and two, it mostly deteriorates. Now, a lot of things have happened to these kids as they've grown up. A lot. But one of the most important things that happened, and I'm convinced, is that by now they've become educated. They, they've spent 10 years at school being told there's one answer, it's at the back. And don't look. And don't copy, because that's cheating. I mean, outside schools, that's called collaboration, but inside schools. Now, this isn't because teachers want it this way, it's just because it happens that way. It's because it's in the gene pool of education. We have to think differently about human capacity. We have to get over this old conception of academic, non-academic, abstract, theoretical, vocational, and see it for what it is, a myth. Secondly, we have to recognise that most great learning happens in groups. The collaboration is the stuff of growth. If we atomise people and separate them and judge them separately, we form a kind of disjunction between them and their natural learning environment. And thirdly, it's crucially about the culture of our institutions, the habits of the institution and the habitats that they occupy.
I had a stepson that was on Ritalin, and it used to knock him out and put him to sleep. I tried it, and it had the opposite effect on me. It did what it seemed was what it was supposed to do. It made me pay attention better, and I was more focused. But I had a hard time sleeping. It made me agitated. Made me very jumpy.
It's very bad for you, that stuff.
Yeah, I only tried it a couple of times because my stepson was on it, and it was supposed to be to help him think, and I always had that problem with a foggy brain, so I wanted to see if it helped me, and I find it did help me, but then they got rid of the Ritalin and they switched it to something else.
Yeah.
Adderall, I believe now.
Yeah, they keep changing the names and new drugs and shit. It's making our kids brain dead.
But right now, I still have the problems with brain fog. So I'm trying lion's mane, going more natural route, and I just started that a week ago.
Thing keeps crashing on me.
Angel, you ever tried melatonin? I know it helps to sleep, but it's also good for the brain, period, right?
Yeah. Melatonin is good.
Yeah. I take it daily. I love it.
My wife takes it to help her sleep.
It does help for that, for sure. But it also keeps you clear, I find. That Ritalin stuff is probably one of the worst things they ever gave children, man. One of the
absolutely.
And it was forced on them. It was subscribed to the child, and the school system was forced the mama to make sure they keep fulfilling the subscription. But we just stopped giving it to them because all it did was knock them out and put them to sleep.
Best move you made, taking him off it.
Yeah, but but we had to keep filling the subscription though, or else the cloud service would get involved.
Yeah, but they don't know if you're giving it to them or not, right? So
Right. They don't know, so that's what we did.
yeah, good move. Doctors are only big pharma salesmen. They don't care, man. They don't do testing on these drugs. They believe what the companies tell them, and then they just are salesmen for it.
It goes beyond belief when they getting a payment cut, to push these drugs, So yeah, it's a little bit more than what they. Because I feel the doctors, they don't care about belief; they care about the dollar sign.
The last 4 years proved it even more. Yep.
This is going to be Giants.
Ooh, I love Giants.
But today we're visiting a bit different town, 1 hour and a half from Cairo. But I always heard of it in Egyptian movies. It is called Asharkia. Huda and Muhammad, where people from there are called Sharkawi or Sharkawiya. Then after an hour and a half drive, we arrived at a family house. So different. Two of the tallest people in the world.
My name is Muhammad Shahad Abdel Jawad from Sharqiya.
But they're a little forgotten.
I'm 2.47 meters.
With very strange sizes, and Guinness Records does not recognize them yet. Let's get to know more about them.
Look, there is no space, and I am still growing.
Really?
And when I go here, I can't.
You can't stand there?
Yes, I can't.
Now that looked like a case of giantism, and then you got another type of giants, that don't have those defects.
I was normal. I can drive the car normally and live my life normally. I work and do everything normally. All of a sudden, I found myself like this. Suddenly, my legs started to grow up, and it's still growing up more. And getting taller, and my leg getting bigger, and my clothes are expensive, just made for me.
He's getting to the roof and the fan. He can't crank up the fan because of the,
I have a carton fan. Because the ceiling fan could hurt me. When I was sleeping like this...
Once you stood up?
Yes, suddenly. When I stood up, it hurt me.
If you lay down, you get the whole floor.
Yes.
So when you get up, you get hurt.
Yes.
This is your mom?
Yes.
Hello.
Welcome.
They get you tired, no?
Yeah, a little bit. Their father died 24 years ago.
And you're alone with them?
Yes, exactly. We were tired working with my kid, and his father got sick and stayed at home with us too.
How old is he?
Muhammad?
Yeah.
I'm 34 years old.
And how tall is your sister?
She's 2.40 meters.
So you never tried to work before?
No, I didn't. No one accepted to hire me. If there was someone who can take care of me, I may play basketball, for example. I have no income source at all. I wish I had an income source, get hired or buy something that could help me make my living. But unfortunately...
Did you finish your studies?
I studied at Al-Azhar.
He's 2.47 meters tall and still getting taller. We could find him way taller after 2 years. And he's very close to the tallest person in the world, Sultan, 2.51 meters, that we saw previously in Turkey. Do you know Sultan, the tallest person in the world?
He is 3 centimeters taller.
3 centimeters? Sultan, the Kurd who lives in Turkey.
I don't use a cane to walk.
I think you should be number 3 or 2 in the world.
He is 3 centimeters taller.
We need to show this video to Guinness Records. They have to know him.
See, my leg is still getting bigger. Still getting bigger. My hand also, but my hand was normal, and it's still getting bigger.
It means your whole body is getting bigger.
Yes, it's swelling.
My name is Huda Shahata and I'm 2.40 meters. And I'm the sister of Muhammad.
The first time was at school time or at the university?
Since the age of 12.
At 12 years old.
So from the age of 12.
We were the tallest people at school.
Because of the increasing amount of the hormones, he gets tired very quickly.
Yeah.
His body doesn't bear when he moves too much.
Yes.
But you need someone to take care of you.
There's nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah, Sultan was getting a little help from Guinness Records and people around
Can
him.
you put your hand on mine?
This one could be the biggest hand in Egypt.
Your hand is so different than mine.
It sounds so simple. No. Yes, no. Maybe I should. But it is so hard.
Hand in Egypt.
Your hand is so different than mine.
That'd be hard. Of course, he's not able to get in the car. Look, see his head? We said, why not give them a small gift? We decided to buy him a calf. A calf for them to raise. If you get angry, what do?
I go to a room and stay alone.
You don't show your anger?
No. I stay alone in a closed room. I go inside
And close the room?
and close the room.
When he gets angry, he closes the room on himself so that his anger doesn't show. Muhammad and Huda, if they were on Instagram, they'll get famous quickly.
Why aren't we awarded? We need to get awarded and become like everybody else and have decent transportation.
I wish if Muhammad gets healed. He's been through a lot. And his sister, sometimes she can't even get up from her place. I wish the best for you all, and whatever you can do for them, please do it. They were normally born, but after 12 years of age, they started growing this way. She hated school, but he carried on.
God bless you. God bless you.
God bless you. You're the goodness in this world.
Thank you. We got out with Muhammad in a Sharia to the local market in the middle of this area, and we're going back to his home. Let's go.
Now, we're trying to do something very, very small, just to make him happy. Anything simple that could make the difference. A surprise, to make him happy.
We're about to surprise him. I hope they're good. Did you raise them by Sunnah? Dutch. The calf is Dutch. So he raises it, and it can give birth when it's older, right?
Yes, of course.
Thank you so much.
Let me take it for you. You want me to take it?
Thank you, I'll take it. Does it walk with me, or...? Okay, let's go. Congrats for the new calf. Is it good?
Yes.
Does it get through?
Yeah.
Muhammad, we brought it for you. Are you happy? This is just a simple thing.
God bless you.
What are you going to call her?
Name it?
Yeah.
Dinner.
No name for her?
I don't think so.
See.
It's beautiful. Thank you very much.
This was the story of Muhammad and Huda. Let's share this video to reach the Guinness Book of Records so they know about them. Let's get them into the Guinness Book of Records. I'll put their number in the description for anyone who can help them. A big thanks to Karim, Islam, and Ahmed Badawi, who were with me in the video. Thank you, people of Egypt. Hope to see you soon.
Good video.
Right? Have you seen that video where they had the earthquakes in Romania, and it uncovered an entrance to an ancient tunnel where there's giants? Have you seen that one?
Yeah, this is part of Bluebeam. I haven't seen that one particularly, but it's part of Bluebeam. They're going to have a bunch of unveiling of ancient artifacts that questions all our beliefs.
Yeah, project. Yeah, it's all a scam. Yeah, no doubt. No, but this is real because even the Romanian government, the USA put pressure on them to close this site off, the entrance, and to keep it quiet. They want to tell the whole world, the Romanians, and show them what they found. The US shut it right down. CIA. Oops, shouldn't have said that, right?
Giant cucumber. Yeah, nothing here.
You seen the Egyptian paintings with the giants so big, two giants putting up an obelisk. The giants were as tall as the obelisk.
Yeah, they in my friend's 1898 encyclopedia. Giants is one of the things I looked up. They said they had a 35-foot and a 65-foot skeleton. And then they listed a whole bunch of other smaller but big skeletons. A 65-footer is pretty big.
Now that's what I call a giant.
Yeah.
Now I separate giants from the titans because I believe as you go further back in time, there was such a thing as giant trees with giant animals. Everything was bigger, probably before the flood because of the atmosphere was different in those times, so everything grew bigger.
Yeah, I don't know.
Was more carbon. Carbon's not a problem. That's all a scam too.
Yeah, where it's a carbon-based world. You can't eliminate it. You can't make more of it.
The life form, yeah.
I thought it was a silicone-based world back then.
No, carbon-based. Silicone is technology.
Silicon is the sand. All the sand that we have is pretty much silicone.
Yeah, but you burn everything right to the raw element. It's carbon that's left. Carbon
Yeah.
and silicone, perhaps.
No
But it's
trees, no
everything. They've always
plants.
told us it was carbon-based. Prehistoric archaeology, Romania.
Oh, I think I'm going to call it a night. Something might have dropped me down.
I think it's called the Buksek Tunnel in Romania. I think that's the name of
Jeez,
it.
come on, man.
There you go, brother. King of Romania's tunnel underworld. The unexplained stones uncovered.
Yeah, that's wild too.
And that's History Channel. They're a bunch of fucking liars, usually.
Yeah. Well, it can't be the only animal in the Chinese calendar that was fake and everything else is real. That doesn't make sense.
Oh, dragons were real for sure.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Yeah.
We call them dinosaurs nowadays.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the dinosaurs, I think, existed. Some of these animals existed. And some of them they just fabricated, like T-Rex.
I agree. Yeah.
A stegosaurus is seen in ancient cave
Carbon.
drawings and shit,
Yeah.
and
Yes.
ancient temples.
Yeah. So some of them are real, right? There's carbons in some of the ancient ruins of some of these so-called dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Loch Ness Monster is proof of a dinosaur.
Yes. And there's one here in British Columbia, and there's also one in Sweden.
Ogopogo?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's wild. I think they're the same type of animal.
Yeah, I think they can access the underground ocean.
Right, yeah. I think so. Yeah, they disappear and then all of a sudden come back. Like, yeah. But they can't find them with sonar or, yeah. Yeah, something's up there.
So talk about that underground ocean you just mentioned.
Well, even scientists measured an underground ocean, And when they were exploring the blue holes, they found there was a 3-foot layer that separated the waters from below from the waters above. Small creatures that went through there were suffocated. There was no oxygen. So their body carcasses were at the bottom of the hole. But something big could come through there really fast.
Is that the same water that the submarines bounced off of when they tried to submerge down below it, into it?
I don't know. I don't know about that one. I
It's
think that might
similar
be
to that.
a salt pocket. Like if you have a pocket of water that's really salty, it gets thick. I'm not sure on that one if it was even real.
It's a video about some submarine. They were diving and they found an opening at the bottom of the ocean and they went into it and they came. It was like an island, and then there was more waters beyond it. I don't know. It's hard to explain. I have to rewatch it. But it's,
Yeah, I know what you're talking. Underwater rivers, own underwater shoreline. When they something was dropped onto it, it wouldn't penetrate it, and it would make ripples going across it. There's another one that's located in Mexico somewhere. With a they got the underwater river with the trees and everything growing alongside of it and everything underwater.
I think Fred's right. They branch off from the seas, the under, the waters below. They
I
branch off.
just, we've been talking about going to the north, and we were speculating that a submarine might be the best way. You're not dealing with the waves. I just found a video that says how I built a homemade submarine that works.
That's a sign.
Yeah. Well, submarine. I know in the north there's a sailing race that goes in the northern Pacific. They say they get 62-foot waves. I am not dealing with 62-foot waves, so I'd
Wow.
rather be under the water. I think.
A submarine sounds like a nightmare to me. It scares the thought of a submarine scares me. I wouldn't want to be in one.
Yeah, I don't think I want to go that deep. Definitely, but I think it might be the best way to get there.
Yeah, you might be right. I just don't like the idea of being underwater and not being able to see. And oh man, it's scary and not knowing what's in that water
Well,
and
that's
what's
why
in
we have a glass window submarine. We don't go very deep. We got a periscope so we can look on the surface.
right.
Yeah, it's scary.
I
Most
don't
of it.
like the idea of going underwater that long either, but the surface is kind of fucking freaky.
Yeah, I know the waves. It can get really rough.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen tanker ships ripped apart by the ocean, ripped in half.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen some videos with them. Yeah, it can get pretty hectic. See, but and then you got the when you do get up to the North Pole, you got the ice sheet that you got to break through. You know, how would a submarine can you go under the ice sheets?
Maybe we go like the land train. We go over the land in the winter.
Oh, the land. Now I like that. The land train. That video you showed. Now
Yeah,
that's the way to
we
go.
could. There's no reason we couldn't build one of them fuckers. Giant camper train.
But so the do line is that the military's um, sort of blockade to keep everybody out from the North Pole? Is that the limit to where anybody's allowed to go beyond? Nobody can go beyond that do line.
My understanding, but I've never been there. I'm not sure, man. But they're definitely hiding something up there. That's for sure.
Yeah, that they won't allow people to fly over it, and yeah, so they definitely hiding something.
Yeah, and satellite imagery and all that. You have stuff blacked out, and yeah, I think
I,
there's an opening there.
I seen a video, but I think it's fake because it shows a hole up at the North Pole, and it got like an airplane flying over. And the reason why I think it's fake because if there would be a hole at the North Pole, it would be way bigger than what you could fit in that video, like they showed.
Not sure a plane could go near it if it's as magnetic as they say.
Right, right. According to the stories, the old stories, um, with the wooden ships back in the days, they said the magnetic field was so strong it was pulling the nails out the boat.
Right. So how could a plane get close, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But
They're full of it. They lie to us about everything.
right, but aluminum. Most planes are made out of aluminum, and aluminum's not really affected by a magnetic field, is it?
No, I know, but there are gauges, everything, all be all thrown out of whack, wouldn't it?
Right, right, yeah, and the
Stuff
engine.
like that.
Well, even engines nowadays are made out of aluminum, you know. So
Yeah. I think it would affect them big time, but I don't know.
yeah, yeah, it definitely affect the gauges.
Electrical, probably, right? I'm thinking. I don't know.
Be nice to get close enough and then go the rest of the way by land on that land train. That to me that land train is probably the best way to go.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Would be a hell of a journey, that's for sure.
Go at some stowaways. Is that land train, is that all individual cars with individual drivers, or is that just like a train with the head vehicle being the engine for the rest of the carts?
Oh, I'm not sure. Where's Fred? Fred would know better on that one. Is he gone? Yeah, he's gone, eh?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Angel.
But yeah, be nice to just sneak up onto that train that they got there, and as a journalist, you know, and just go as a stowaway and just stay hidden.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know they ain't gonna let us go with our own land train.
Way fully regulated everything for sure.
Yeah, so it's something we definitely would have to sneak into, and that's what I would love to do.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah. Yeah, no, it would be amazing. I would want to see it firsthand. I don't want anybody telling me about it. I want to see it.
Right. I mean, you got the word compass, you know, the compass, and it's got that needle, and it's directing all of mankind to come past, you know. So it seems like something's drawing us there, like we're supposed to go there, but we're being stopped.
Yeah. And it's telling you that's the starting point too. Everything goes out from there.
According to scriptures, you know, place in the center of the earth. Well, that's the center of the earth, the North Pole, and in the center of the garden is the tree of life, which is, I believe, now to be petrified Mount New. I can't say the word.
Negress, whatever it's called.
Yeah. I have a hard time saying that word, negress.
Yeah, that's the one.
But yeah, I believe that that used to be the tree of life at one time.
Oh, yeah, I totally believe that there's ancient big trees that have turned to stone. You can like bark. You can see the.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to deny, but yeah, it's the evidence is definitely there. You know, it's all over the world. You know, I mean, look at Devil's Tower, such an amazing sight. You know, and that's one of the small ones. That's not even nowhere near the biggest one.
Right, right. Yeah. There's some. I've seen some where they're like 3, 4 miles in diameter, and like
Right. Australia got one that's 7 miles in diameter.
that's crazy. And from the further distance away, you can see it looks like a tree bark, right?
Right.
Petrified tree
And
bark.
right. I mean, and all over the world, they got some of them that uh, instead of big old cylinder-shaped rocks, you know, with the tree rings in it, which would be the branches from these gigantic trees, you know.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I've seen that too. You're right. Yeah, yeah. It's amazing what's out there. Well, we've held from us, withheld them what they've lied, man, about. Unreal.
They want us to believe that that's volcanoes that form those perfect patterns, octagon patterns that they make like a plant cell, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they Devil's Tower. You go and do any kind of research on it, they want you to believe that that it's from an ancient volcano that pushed its way up to the ground.
Yeah, just like the Big Bang. Yeah. So perfect, but it came out of nowhere. Oh God. Yeah. If you think about it logically, it makes zero sense what they tell us.
But learning about petrification and learning about rocks, you know, and how
Hmm.
not every rock is from the earth, you know, it's actually from a living creature at one time, you know, got me
Right.
to thinking that everything that is material at one time used to be life, you know, that there's no such thing as something coming from nothing. It seems like that everything that ever exists comes from something that used to live and breathe at one time.
Yeah, and nothing's wasted. Yep.
Right. I mean, we all know the very dirt that we stand on. You know, it's mostly decomposition of the tree leaves and dead insects, animals, and everything else. Eventually, will
Plants
make
will
up the
hold it. Yeah.
yeah. It'll eventually make up the dirt that we stand and grow our food on.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. You're absolutely right, man.
And then over time, depending on the conditions, if the conditions right, if it's no water and whatever, the dirt that we can stick a shovel in real easy could over a certain amount of time could turn into rock, you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you keep moisture away from it,
Right.
you know, with
And
the the right.
have you seen the pictures that they show with the cowboy boot that was found with the petrified foot and ankle still inside of the boot?
No, I haven't seen that. No. Wow.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So it also gives you can date that boot. You know, they got the name of the company and everything. You can see who made the boot, where the boot come from, and you can date that boot, and that will give you an idea that petrification doesn't take that long. You know, and you know this country ain't but a couple of 100 years old. You know, so definitely that petrification happened less than a couple of 100 years. You know.
Right.
Probably more like 100 years, maybe, you know, and that foot petrified inside that boot.
Yeah. 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 I can see that happening. And you don't need thousands of years, and I don't
And
think
just
that either.
yeah, just need the right conditions, you know.
Right.
They
Right.
that the boot yeah, it's found in the desert, you know, so extreme heat with with hardly no animals to eat away at the flesh, you know, so,
Right.
depending on where it's at, you know, they got them deserts and they
Right.
ain't
Right.
got much life, you know, so
Yeah, the conditions were perfect for it to happen, right? Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is what, going back to the early days of the U.S.?
Well, yeah, I mean, it was a cowboy, you know, a
Yeah.
cowboy boot, you
Wild
know,
West.
yeah, Wild West days,
Yeah. Yeah. Huh.
and yeah, and for to find a boot from a cowboy in the Wild West days, you know, to find that boot with a petrified foot in it, you know, kind of make you realize that petrification don't take no millions of years like scientists want to get us to believe. You know, they hide everything behind either how big or how far away or how old, you know, or you know,
Yeah.
everything that they do, they put such a big number behind it to where
Yeah.
our brain cannot comprehend it.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't buy that carbon dating baloney either.
Oh, and
So,
that carbon dating, yeah, that has definitely been busted wide open. They can,
yeah.
we already know that they can carbon date one animal and come up with 4 or 5 different dates, you know, off of the same animal.
Yeah. A million, tens of millions of years off. 3
Yeah,
different scientists or whatever. Yeah. No thanks.
right.
Yeah. Yeah. I hear you, man. Yeah. That's why I'd rather go and, see it for myself, experiment it, like, would research it myself. Because you don't know who to believe, what to trust. We've been lied to so much, so.
Yeah, I'd rather go with the idea it's best not to believe nobody and to gather as much evidence as you can. And it's not like everybody can travel to actually go gather real evidence. So we got to have some faith in some of the research we do online, you know, and
Right, right.
right. So, but yeah, I mean, I rarely ever leave the state of Louisiana, and I got all this knowledge, you know. I never
Right.
seen Devil's Tower, and for myself, but I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
Devil's Tower exists, you know,
Mhm.
by the evidence.
Yeah. No, if you find the right team, like a family, type of thing that you trust, and you're all on the same page, and then that's cool. Like that, okay. But
Right,
I
and
mean, believing the system, no. I've never believed the system, and I never will. So I don't know how people, they see it with their own eyes, they hear it with their own ears, and they still, they still believe what they've been taught and told, even though they see the opposite.